Then you have to go to Google. Just click on Google. Like, see if it's the Google. How you do? Just you should have a
Hey, the meeting's being live streamed. See if there are any more council members.
Hi, everyone.
All right, so it's 6:30. I'm going to hit record and then I'm going to invite everybody in. I think we may have quorum now. Just one moment, everyone. I know we have a number of attendees already here and some council members waiting. I'm just taking care of some technical issues, and we'll start the meeting momentarily.
Ben, can you put Valeria Aranda a co-host?
Oh, sure. Parliamentarian, just a quick question before we proceed. Do we have to have roll call first before we invite the interpreters to make their announcements?
That's actually a very interesting question. I think the first thing you have to do is you have to have the roll call.
Okay.
Correct.
Correct? Okay.
Correct. You have to open the meeting.
All right. All right, 6:32. I know there's some council members who are planning to join, but let's start with roll call and then we'll have the announcements. Robin, if you can, our recording secretary, if can take it
Got
over.
it, Ben. Thank you. Robin Broshi.
Here.
Kaushik Das. Daniela Igorov. I know she's coming later. Lupe Hernandez.
Here.
Robin Kelleher here. Chen Kwok. I don't see him. Ben Morden.
Here. Chen was here, so.
I'll circle back in a second. We'll get back to him. Len Silverman.
Yeah.
Lim Fong Sim.
Here.
And Spencer Silverman.
Here.
Okay. So we do have quorum.
I think you missed Lily.
Oh, I'm sorry, I did.
Yeah.
Yes. Lily.
I don't
Does
see
anyone
her.
see Lily on here?
I don't see her.
Again, I'm going to make just really quickly, as a recording secretary, there are many people to look through, especially as we highlight and we pin different people. So anyone who's co-host, so any council members, if you can help me find people, you have unmuting abilities, and I would love your help finding the people that we're looking for. So please feel free to unmute the next speaker or the council member if they get knocked off and come back on and need to be renamed host. So Chen, are you on here? I see Kaushik Das is now here. Kaushik, are you here? Okay. I don't see Chen, but I think we can proceed.
Chen is signed on. I see him listed.
Okay, I see him. Maybe he can write in chat. Maybe he's having internet issues. Len, do we record him as present or do we not?
Oh, Len, you're
Len, you're
muted.
muted.
Is the issue that he's showing up on the thing, but he hasn't said he's here?
Exactly.
I don't think you can record him as present.
Okay,
He disappeared actually, so maybe
Okay.
he's dialing back in. I'll
Okay.
keep a lookout.
okay, thank you.
You have 7 for quorum,
Right.
Yep.
both 6. Yeah.
All right. I've been having some technical difficulties, so I've asked Kaushik Das, our Vice President, to chair the meeting. And before I hand it over to him, I just want to make just 2 quick announcements. 3. First, Happy New Year, everybody. I wish everyone a great year ahead. And the second announcement is we're going to have the chat open for the full hour. Our ASL interpreters have requested that. So at times we don't have it during public speaking sessions, but in order for them to coordinate properly, we'll leave it open. And was the third announcement? Sorry, I forgot now, but oh yes, we're going to have, because of state law, we're going to have during roll call, well, not roll call, but during next voting and discussions of resolutions, we're going to have the council members spotlighted, and all council members. But during the, I'll leave up to the chair to manage it, but during the regular vote, regular discussions is going to be, the number of spotlights will be diminished. But okay, I'll hand it over to Kaushik Das. You're with us now.
I am indeed.
Okay, so I will.
I just admitted Chen. Kwok.
Oh, did. I'll make him co-host as well.
Okay, and I will mark him as present.
All right. He might not be able to respond, so I have to make him a co-host first.
Someone said they lost the interpreter.
Oh, can we spotlight the?
There. Okay, Chen Kwok is back, so he's
Okay.
present.
Okay.
Hey, ASL is back.
Okay.
All
And
right,
Chen
great.
needs to be made host and okay, so we can proceed. Reminder, we also need to have all members on for council members.
Yeah. Who needs to be co-host as well? Is there someone else?
It was Chen, is he now co-host?
Yeah, he should be. Chen, are you available? Or
I see him.
I apologize to our audience out
I'm
there.
here.
These little technical issues. Okay. Kaushik Das, are you available to?
Yes, I am. Sorry about that, Taurus. Apologies. I was running a bit late. We decided this only on the fly today, given Ben's technical difficulties. And apologies, I'm a bit late. I'm sorry. Did we already make a decision on what was being done regarding interpreters and council members, or is that still up to me?
The ASL interpreter will be up, spotlighted, and during voting, we'll have all council members spotlighted, and how you see fit, since you're the chair of the meeting.
I don't.
And the
currently-
speakers will be spotlighted too.
Currently, I just see the ASL person on one screen. Is that
Yeah.
the way I have gallery view, or that's the way we're proceeding?
I have 3 spotlights at the moment, you, myself, and the ASL interpreter.
If you open it up to gallery
Yeah, I
view
got it,
and
got
then
it, I got
broaden
it.
screen, you can see everyone.
Got it. Okay, fine. Okay, welcome everyone. Apologies for any delays and any technical issues that we're sorting out. We did a roll call and we did the roll call already. Welcome to this first meeting of the new year. And the next, we did the roll call, as I said, and the next order of business is announcement of chat rules. If you bear with me a moment, allow me to pull that up.
Kush, just, you may have missed it. Ben mentioned that we're leaving the chat open because the ASL interpreters requested to have it open the entire time to facilitate their interpretation. So just bear that in mind.
Okay.
Just for the
yeah,
first hour.
I did catch that. One question: how does the spotlighting work when we share screens? Does it disable sharing the spotlight? Did we sort that out last time?
It does not disable.
I guess we'll find out. So it'll do it at an additional screen?
Correct.
Okay, bear with me. Okay. You can see the screen? Okay, rules for chat and calendar meetings. Chat rules will be posted at the start of the meeting. Only hosts and co-hosts will get unrestricted chat. All other participants will be allowed to post to everyone or individually to hosts and co-hosts. No participant to participant chats will be allowed. Participant to everyone chat will be disabled during public speaking sessions. Will be disabled during the superintendent's report. All participants will show respect in the chat. Council members, when communicating with the public, will endeavor to post only factual information to everyone, or in rare cases, directly to participants. It will not engage in arguments with participants publicly or privately. An overseeing committee of 3 individuals, Kaushik Das, Lupe Hernandez, and Robin Kelleher, will monitor the chat via text group. Profane language results in immediate expulsion. If other language or behavior is deemed inappropriate by 2 of the 3 supervising committee members, a first bad act will result in a 5-minute cooling off session for all. A second bad act will result in a 10-minute cooling off session for all. And a third strike, chat will be turned off for the remainder of the meeting. An amendment to the chat, as was discussed, is we are leaving it on for the entirety. We usually do disable it during public speaking sessions, but for ASL coordination, we are leaving it on today. I would like to make another help for people who don't want to see just a 2-person view or a 3-person view. You can, if you go to the top right corner of your screen, you can switch from a speaker view to gallery view, which is what I had previously, and which is why I was confused. For people who would like to see all the council members at once. This is where we ended up at the end of last meeting. I do still have some minor concerns about that. It doesn't actually meet all the state and city laws regarding all council members being seen at all times. We did reach out to FACE for additional guidance on this matter. Have not received it. I did speak to the former president when she dealt with it, as well as Jennifer Greenblatt, and it's unclear how to proceed. But we're proceeding with what we had done last time, and we may revise in the future. I think that covers it. And I think unless there's any, Ben, you have something to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a motion
Yeah.
Go
ahead.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to add a public document, resolution 220, to the agenda today.
Okay.
For today's meeting.
I assume that means you intend to add it to presentation of resolutions as well as voting for resolutions, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So there's a motion to add resolution 220 as a regular resolution.
Second.
Seconded. I also want to check before we vote. It meets the criteria. Was it posted 24 hours to the website, 24 hours in advance to the website?
Yes, it was. It was posted on two pages on our website. There was also an email that was sent out 24 hours in advance with a link to our website and also the a PDF was delivered to all council members.
Okay. And are there 3 sponsors?
Yes, there are.
Then, unless there's further objections, I'd like to take a roll call vote for adding resolution 220 to the agenda.
Did
Robin.
someone second the motion?
Someone did second the motion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Chen did.
Jen did. So I'm going to do a roll call now. And this is regarding adding those documents. Robin Broshi,
Yes.
Kaushik Das,
Yes.
Daniela. She's absent. Lupe Hernandez,
Yes.
Robin Kelleher, yes. Chen Kwok,
Yes.
Ben Morden,
Yes.
Len Silverman,
Yes.
Lim Fong Sim,
Yes.
Li Hua Lily, and Spencer Silverman.
Yes.
Okay, that passes.
Okay.
9 yeses.
I will also address one thing I think in the chat. Someone says they were not able to see the document in advance. I disagree. I did check it myself in advance. Those questions were for the benefit of the public, and I will share my screen as to where it can be seen, should they want to see it. Bear with me one more time. If you go to the CECD2.net site, and if you go to the meeting schedule, there is the general links for various things, including the agenda, the Zoom link, the 2 resolutions that are already on the agenda, and this is the resolution 220, which if you click, does go through. So, and since the motion passed, we are going to proceed, assuming that is added to the agenda. Okay, next up, program presentation. I'm sorry, Ben, I'm not familiar with the details of this. Apologies. The presentation. Do we have a presentation tonight?
There is no presentation tonight.
Okay. And that was out of order on my part anyway. So before that, we should have done the resolutions, presentation of resolutions. Resolution 217A, I believe the primary sponsor is Lupe Hernandez. I assume you are willing to present. Lupe, you're muted if you're answering me.
I just shook my head. Hi, welcome. Thank you so much. I am bringing back
Apologies before you start. Just how many pages is it? I do intend to put time limits on all resolution presentations today. Should be ample time, but how long is the resolution? 4 pages. I was going to do 3 pages and 1 additional minute per page, which gives you 5 minutes and 1 additional minute if you choose to bring a secondary speaker. So 3, 5, 6 minutes total.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay.
And I did want to, I don't know if I should do this now or before we vote, but I did want to amend one typo. I can motion to make that amendment now before I present, or and as the chair, you can.
It's usually done later. You can mention as you go along, but the actual amendment is done later.
Sounds good. Thank you.
6 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much. Community Education Council District 2 and the public, I appreciate you listening in as I bring in a amended version to Resolution 217. So this will be 217A, it's a draft. I want to thank fellow council members Robert Broshi and Lim Fong Sim for co-sponsoring this. I want to point out some of the huge disparities that school bus issues and as well transportation in regards to Metro cards have been failing our students in getting to school. I apologize, Kaushik. Can you please mute yourself?
Go ahead.
Thank you. School bus transportation in regards to busing serves over 150,000 students. Just in this past year, based on the city council oversight meeting, committee meeting that took place in the fall of 2022, it was exposed that delays had increased substantially since the prior year. I want to point out that there was nearly 14,500 school bus delays lasting more than 41 minutes on average. That's up from about 10,000 delays, averaging around 37 minutes from the prior year of October 2021. I also want to bring forth the addition to this resolution is the Community Board 4 did the ACES committee concluded its own study of school bus services, which included interviews with PIS NYC, that's Parents to Improve School Transportation, as well as the Office of Pupil Transportation, that's OPT. They did send a letter to Mayor Adams, as well as the NYC Comptroller and others advising for an audit for the pupil transportation in consideration of expanding the not-for-profit NICE bus, and that is New York City, New York City's service of busing umbrella system that was created under the DOE. And what this is asking is this particular bus company has worked with the parent leaders, the stakeholders, those families that are dealing with the burden of busing issues, and that's kids having to wait extremely long time, delays for their bus routes to show up. They're spending more time on that bus route due to bus routes being doubled and tripled in some cases, and kids are not getting to school on time, forcing them to lose services, academic class course core time, as well as related therapies. We are advising that we get more transparency. We demand a better complaint system. We would like for OPT to improve the training. We are working with the labor unions to improve the EPP, and that would help sustain a better workforce with this national bus shortage. I've also included Appleseed's report on the historical staff striking that has taken place, and the last that took place was right in, I believe, 2013. We are heading in that direction again, and if we want to make sure that we are serving our most vulnerable populations so that they can get to school to get the needs that are mandated to them and just get a free, appropriate public education, I really implore you to pass this resolution and work and collaborate with this administration in making sure that OPT has some sort of oversight. We as a council hold the DOE accountable, and we are their checks and balances, and we would like for there to be a commission made up of not just DOE administration, but parents, as well as paras, educators, and parent leaders, as well as the parent coordinators and transit liaisons of the schools that are dealing with this ongoing issue. So thank you very much.
Do any of the co-sponsors have anything left to add? No? You're good, Lupe? I assume that's yes. Okay, thank you. Next, you're moving on to resolution 219, second vote of no confidence in DG Superintendent McGuire. My understanding is primary sponsor Len Silverman is presenting.
Yes, good evening.
So wait,
It's,
before you start,
sure.
just again, review the time. It's a 3-page document. Lupe, I was off by 1 minute on your document, but you didn't seem to need it. But anyway, it's 3 pages, so I'm coming 3 minutes plus 1 minute, 4 minutes, and 5 minutes total if we have somebody else presenting, which would be me, as we discussed. Go ahead. We have 5 minutes total, the two of us.
Good evening. This isn't something that makes me happy having to do this. I'd like you all to imagine for a moment that it's the first day of school and your child is there on the first day and they're sitting in their classroom and they're in front of their teacher or teachers if they have an ICT class, and your teacher assigns a number to your student instead of a name. Because that's the admission system that we have currently for District 2. It is a lottery-based system that doesn't take into account anything other than a number for our students. When we were here last time and we had this resolution on, it was 2 months ago. The purpose of this resolution was to explain to the district parents that the chancellor had set up a process that was supposed to involve parent engagement, the engagement of parent leaders in the district, community education council, an engagement process to determine what the admissions process was going to be for middle schools. What we have seen and what this resolution talks about, and it dovetails on the previous resolution of no confidence in Superintendent McGuire, is that on this particular issue, there's strong evidence that Superintendent McGuire did not follow the mandate of the chancellor. They did not partner with parents in determining a middle school admissions plan for our district. Some of that is pretty obvious because, for example, I went to a middle school tour long before the plan was released, and the principal of the school that I went to announced to everyone who was present, and this wasn't the only evening that he had done this, that the admissions for our District 2 was going to be a lottery-based system. So certainly the principals knew something well in advance of the parents. Now, we have had screened admissions before in District 2. In the past, if you go back, the purpose is an understand. The reason we're not numbers, that our students are not numbers, is because students are different. Each of our students has different needs, has different levels of achievement, different levels where they are in their classrooms. And when you reduce people to numbers, you're not taking that into account. And even worse than that, you're not giving parents and students a choice in terms of their real preferences, because it's strictly a lottery system. Now, I want to make it clear also that what's going to happen is 2 months from now, in March, when the results of the middle school admissions are released, we are going to see upwards of potentially 18%, maybe even higher, the district students in this district not get any of their choices for middle school admissions, specifically because this is a lottery-based system. And that's completely unfair. There was no parent engagement in this process. I understand that there is a difference of opinion in terms of people who think we should have screened schools and unscreened schools, but there's no evidence, there's no indication at all that anyone who spoke in favor of some sort of a compromise or some sort of screened admissions program for our district had their voices heard. So I want every single parent to understand that what this resolution is saying is that we have no confidence in the way that Superintendent McGuire handled the middle school admissions plan, and that every parent who has a student that does not get a school that meets their students' academic needs, they can put blame solely at the feet of Superintendent Kelly McGuire, because that decision, in terms right now as it stands, rests solely with Superintendent McGuire. We are asking once again, as we did last time we had a resolution on this, to go back and do the work, come up with some sort of compromise, have some screened schools as they have done in other districts, give parents options in our district. That's what parents want. We want to be partners. We want options. And we want to know that our students are going to go to schools that are going to be representative of their either achievement level, of their social emotional needs, of their needs, whether or not they have a preference really for being in a small school or a large school, but something other than just a random lottery number. All of progressive education for the last 100 years has been a recognition of the differences between students and that each student has different requirements. And I think that this resolution, again, expresses no confidence in Kelly McGuire and Superintendent McGuire. And we're going to keep doing this again and again until the voices of our parents are listened to.
You're muted.
Oh, Kush. Oh, I'm done. Kush,
You're muted.
you want to?
Oh, sorry. I'm going to abide by time restraints, and it doesn't leave me additional time to add on, but I would draw people's attention to the whereas clauses regarding NICEP, which is a grant that was given to our district specifically for an integration plan regarding our admissions, which included screened admissions at the time. We will move on to resolution 220. Ben, I assume you're presenting?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
All right, thank you. Okay. This resolution 220, started off during a District 2 leadership meeting with the superintendent's office when we were presented data about how the district was doing after the standardized test results from last spring. And I started digging deeper into the numbers. I was looking to look at the data because some of it was disturbing to make a president's report during one of these calendar meetings. And I was planning initially maybe to do this in February, but there's an urgency here. 25% of students in District 2 are scored between 1s and 2s in the state tests, in both ELA and math. It's approximately about 500 students each. And the 1s and 2s, they represent proficiency, below proficiency, or well below proficiency. And you know, I can't sleep at night knowing this, that when students are not giving the proper supports. And so I dig deeper into the into research and what are some of the different ways of how to support and uplift these students. And one of the big ideas, surprisingly enough, it came from the Superintendent's Association of the United States. It's called AASA, the School Superintendent's Association. One of the ideas they were putting forward is, I'll read it from here, the most effective educators to schools that serve children with the greatest needs. So provide the most effective educators, the experience, but not in terms of here, but experience is part of it. But the high achieving teachers, there is a correlation, a good correlation with student outcomes. And there's some good research proving this, especially during the elementary school years. So what does that say? That says, well, where there's need to help students, let's bring the best educators and put them in there. Well, that's a difficult challenge, because you know, a lot of teachers, they have tenure and they also want to be in the schools that they're teaching at. So the idea here is to encourage it. There have been some other methods of encouraging in the past. There have been programs like the Bronx Plan and the and PROS. I think the Bronx Plan may be still on. And one of the encouragements was through additional pay. Here, what we're proposing with Resolution 220 is to provide, is to encourage a transfer, a temporary teacher exchange program within the district. What does that mean? If teachers want to volunteer, we can set up where they transfer exchange. They have an exchange program between schools where they're bringing best practices. We want to get the teachers with amazing outcomes going to schools that that are in need of this. Where students, where we have schools in our district, 50 to 60% of them are not at grade level, and the idea here is they might be able to benefit from that. And so I'm proposing this to our superintendent for District 2, Superintendent Kelly McGuire, to consider a volunteer exchange program between teachers to bring best practices to schools where students need supports. And at the same time, the teachers coming from these schools, from the schools where you have lower outcomes, they're also gaining best practices by teaching at schools where the outcomes have been historically good. And I think this idea is worth trying. There are lots of ideas that can be tried, but I think this idea is one that's worth considering. And that's what I have to say. Thank you very much. And thank you to my co-sponsors, Chen Kwok and Kaushik Das. Okay, you're muted.
Apologies. Any of the co-sponsors have anything else to add? Okay. Moving on to the next agenda. We don't have a program presentation, and we will move directly to the first public speaking session. Robin and Chanel, do you have? I see the speaker list.
Yep. How much is the time?
Total number of speakers? How many, is it just what I see?
Yep, just that.
Just that.
I think we allow the full 2 minutes. Did any of the speakers identify themselves as requiring ASL? I would allow them to go first. Okay, please make yourself known if that's the case. Otherwise, I will move to our first speaker, who I think is I saw come in. Naveed, are you here with us?
I'm looking.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Kaushik.
Hi. Well, first, let me introduce you before we start. I'd like to introduce Naveed Hassan. Naveed Hassan ran for and won the PP election for our CEC representative for Manhattan. He comes from District 3. I've spoken with him a couple of times at CEC 3 meetings, if I'm not mistaken, and I think he's been a guest here before as well. And we welcome him and congratulate him on his new position and representing Manhattan on the PEP. And if I missed anything, Naveed, go ahead. Ben, did anything else to add?
I just had very excellent conversations with him after his his elect position to PEP, and I look forward to working with you.
Thank you so much, both everyone here at CEC2. I'll give a little bit of background on myself. I am a public school student. I graduated from the public school system in District 21 in Brooklyn in the 80s and 90s. And I believed in public education. So I enrolled my son in a Title I school in District 3, where he is in a dual language program, which we were sort of building from the ground up. And we have had a great experience. We've grown by 27% in the last 8 months in terms of student enrollment, and that's not all asylum seekers. So we figured out something about the formula of how to do this. And I am on CC3 as the treasurer and the chair of its multilingual committee. So I do a lot to support multilingual programs throughout the district currently, which include many Spanish programs, about 9 of them. There are 2 French programs in both elementary and middle school, 1 Italian elementary program, and 1 Russian elementary program. We found that by attracting families that are interested or have a heritage language, it creates a level of stickiness to enrollment that is hard to find in a different setting. And it's also culturally responsive and creates student engagement in a way that not that many other things do in a general education setting. So I'm happy about that. I am the Title I PAC chair for my school. So a lot of the issues around concentrated poverty come up when you're in a Title I school, and addressing sort of the wraparound social service needs, trying to get other city agencies to sort of do their job, even the federal government, to help do poverty alleviation will help towards educational outcomes, in my opinion. So that's something that I advocate whenever I'm in a setting where we're talking about improving the entire public school system. So I'm looking forward to engaging all of the CECs. Thank you for welcoming me. And if you have any input, I think I'm going to get a DOE email address. I will share it at the earliest opportunity with the presidents. Please feel free to reach out and attend our PEP meetings. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Naveed. Welcome, and we're excited to work with you.
Thank you.
All right, our next speaker, let me scroll back up. I believe was Ana Rojas.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Hi, good evening. Happy New Year. I would like to speak about Proposition 117 or 217 about the buses. It is long overdue. What the children have had to endure on these buses is very hard to describe, especially, for our most vulnerable children. So please consider this well thought out resolution and, try and get our kids to where they need to be. And I would also like to speak to support Superintendent McGuire in his efforts to in his day-to-day operation of the needs of all kids in D2. So I really don't understand the second resolution again for a vote of no confidence. I remember most parents, even when they are not entirely aligned with Superintendent McGuire, were not in favor of some of these a little bit scary tactics where they brought out his spouse, his wife. And please, let's get on with the business of taking care of our kids. And thank you again, and for everything that you do. Happy New Year.
Okay, thank you for that. Next, we have Jasmine Ma.
Hi, thanks. I'm in support of Resolution 217A on people transportation. Resolution 220 did not have public sharing permissions when I clicked on it this morning, so I haven't had time to review it. I'm in full opposition of Resolution 219, in part because it's premised on a set of misguided rationale statements, mainly accusing Superintendent McGuire of not reinstating middle school screening, which the sponsoring council members claim is the will of the community. Any good social scientist and policymaker knows that important expertise lies in interpreting the wants of individuals to understand the full terrain of the needs of the community. In other words, community members may want screens or lottery or different admissions criteria or whatever it is. At the end of the day, behind these wants is simply the need for well-resourced learning environments, high-quality instruction, caring teachers and administrators, and equitable access for all of our kids. The good news is we have a wealth of researchers of education and policy who have empirical evidence of appropriate ways to serve those needs. They'll never be aligned with every individual's wants, but the whole point of having experts like researchers and superintendents is that they understand and develop research-based ways to help serve a whole community's needs equitably and in forward-thinking ways. Clearly, that's what Superintendent McGuire does, has done, and continues to do. I appreciate our CEC members for working their butts off to find out both the wants and needs of our communities, and I thank them for that. However, it is neither in the realm of your expertise nor your mandate to be the ultimate arbiter of how those needs should best be served. Thanks.
Okay, next up, thank you for that. We have Ann Hager.
Hi, my name is Ann Hager, and I'm the parent of 3 children in District 2, one at PS3, one at LMC, and one who will be starting pre-K next year. I want to voice my frustration that this council is yet again wasting time and effort on 219 to vote no confidence in Superintendent McGuire. This resolution blatantly disregards community feedback, which is ironically the very thing you're falsely accusing him of. Not only is the council not heeding community feedback, but they are doing it repeatedly. While I oppose Resolution 219, I hope that once you pass it, despite broad opposition, you can move on to doing some real work to improve our district. A good start would be to pass Resolution 217A, which would actually benefit students in the district. I did not have the opportunity to read Resolution 220 as it wasn't available to the public as of this morning. Thank you.
Alrighty, Colleen O'Connor Grant.
I don't see Colleen.
Okay, we'll move on to Nikos Papagiorgio. Hope I pronounced that correctly. Nikos, can you unmute?
Yes, yes, I did. Thank you. My name is Nikos Papageorgiou. I am a father of a kid in D2 going to Wagner, and I'm a member of the SLT. This, for the second time, it's a very hard thing for me to do because I have here two entities that I know, I've worked with, and I respect. But I wish we, I don't know, I wish we didn't have that resolution in front of us, because even though I agree with a lot of what the CEC is trying to do, and I do believe that eventually we need to have some choice of screen schools. Not all schools might have to be screen, but there must be some choice on that one. I believe this the way we're going about doing it is not the right one, because I don't think we can do that today and then we go tomorrow and we have to work with Mr. Maguire, which I have worked with and I like and I respect thoroughly. So I know there are some beliefs that are crashing, but I don't know. I think there is a better way to do that. I mean, that's all I have to say. And so, I mean, I cannot, even though I agree with a lot of what the CEC is trying to do, I really could not have I could have never supported that resolution. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nikos. Next up is Sarah Carinotto. If you are available, council members, please help me find Sarah.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, good evening. I'm a parent of D2 alumni. I'm a D2 alumna myself, and I'm a co-founder of Parents to Improve School Transportation, and we enthusiastically support 217A for better busing. I received the preliminary results of a survey that some 318 parents completed from Citywide Council on Special Education. And I thought I had time to pull it up. It's pretty appalling, the numbers and the percentages of students who have missed a day or a week of school attendance because there was no bus for them. It is at a crisis stage, at least for a percentage of our student body, and serious consideration can be encouraged by the authorities hearing from a council such as this, as I know they've already will be hearing from others during this school year. We know of parents who have to get to work late because they have to, at the last minute, take their child on the subway. We know of parents who are not able to contribute to the economy and do their work because of lack of busing. So it is crucial to the greater society. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Motoko, are you available? I know Motoko just sent a message that she's in an EB meeting for their school. So if she's not, I will put her at the back of the list.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, there she is. Sorry,
Thank you.
I find her on the spotlights.
Oh,
Okay.
no, thank you very much. I'm just here to support the resolution 219. I think it is really, really sad that they had to come to this. I'm really thinking that a lot of parents spoke in support of choice, in support of screening, and support of accelerated education. And that was not heard. And that is why I support 219. There are many parents who talk to me who are either really shy to speak. I am really shy also. They're really shy to speak, or just cannot come to the meeting. Either they are working right now, or they have another meeting, other things going on. And I just really wanted to say that it's really sad, but I have to support this resolution 219. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Motoko. All right, next up.
I have Lilibeth, but I don't see her.
You're on here.
And I don't see Kalani as well.
All right, Corinne Moreno. Is she on here, Corinne?
Yes, sorry, one moment. Start my video. Okay, no. Hi, my name is Corinne Moreno, guys. I am a parent of a 7th grader at 75 Morton and a high schooler in 10th grade at NYC Museum School. I'm here speaking against Resolution 219. Again, I believe that Kelly McGuire's proposal for the new admissions process is fair. I like that he wants to start an honors program in the larger schools that can accommodate this new program. And I think that I don't want to see the schools go backwards. And I want to see just something that'll bring the school into a more equitable and more robust environment for most of the students of NYC. And I am in support of Resolution 217A. I'm really sorry to hear how bad the busing is in the city. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Corinne. Elizabeth, are you on here? I also got to note that Elizabeth is driving. So we'll skip her. James Thompson. There was a message in here that he had to jump off and was coming back on. Gavin Healy, I think I see you on here.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. I appreciate this opportunity to speak. So with regard to Resolution 219, I just want to say that I support the superintendent and the work that he and his staff are doing for the students and families in the district. And despite our differing opinions about middle school admissions, accelerated learning, and other matters, when the first resolution on no confidence came before the council in November, it was clear that the overwhelming majority of parents who spoke at that meeting expressed their support for the superintendent regardless. Even some who said they actually did prefer screened admissions, they still expressed their support for our superintendent. It's now January 2023. Families in the district have submitted their middle school preferences, and it's time for this council to move forward to take action on the many other pressing issues facing students and families in our district and in our city. In that vein, I want to express my support for Resolution 217A, particularly for students with disabilities and students in temporary housing, who I'd really hope could get some more attention from this council. The need for safe and reliable school transportation is critical and immediate. I urge the council to approve this resolution without further delay. For the sake of students with disabilities, who make up about 20% of the students in this district, but probably are only allowed about 2% of the airtime in these meetings. Also for students in temporary housing who similarly are neglected, I think, in this district by this council, and for all students in District 2. So thank you very much.
Jennifer Hadlock, are you available?
Yes, thank you.
You're muted, Jennifer.
Sorry, whoops. My name is Jennifer Hadlock. I'm a parent of 2 students who've now graduated. I do live in District 4, but do substitute teach in District 2. I'm coming to support Resolution 217 for the buses. That's a critical issue, and also to express my support for the superintendent. Sorry that this is dragging on. We can disagree with each other without saying that the superintendent doesn't deserve to have his job. He listened to the many opinions and has been treated very poorly, I would say, by this CEC. And I'm glad that he has maintained his patience with everyone here. So thank you.
Thank you. I see Kulani, I see you're on now. Are you ready to speak?
Hi, sorry, I was held up, so I'm not totally ready to speak, but I will just reiterate my support for Superintendent Kelly. I'm just super bummed that we're talking about this again when we could be talking about so many other things that are really actually important to our kids. And we're just having the same conversation over and over again. And yeah, we need better busing, so I'll support that resolution.
Okay, thank you, Kalani. James Thompson, are you back on? Does anyone see?
I do not see.
Okay, unless any council members see anyone who was listed and wasn't on earlier, I suggest we move on.
Craig Slutskin, yeah, is the last
Oh,
one.
I'm sorry, Craig Slutskin. Can you unmute yourself?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
I'm actually going to quote Councilmember Hernandez, of all people, but when she spoke about Resolution 217, she said that students need to get to school so they can get, and I quote, free appropriate education. The fact is, there were 3 sessions, one that I believe was slightly pro-screen, one that was overwhelmingly pro-screen, and a third that I'm told was also overwhelmingly pro-screen. I wasn't at the last one. I think was focused on downtown schools, but I wasn't at it, but that's my understanding. There were educators who spoke in favor of the efficacy of screened admissions. There were several proposals of a significant ramp up of honors programs, and not just in math in some schools. He ignored it, and when he made his decision, he didn't really even address that he ignored it. What's even more unfortunate is that he didn't involve the CEC enough, giving them next to no notice from what I'm told. That seems not to be in the spirit of what the chancellor promised us. I wonder if the CEC was against screen, would he have taken the same position? I also would like to hear during the deliberations of the council members more about the NICEP violation that Council Member Das had mentioned. By the way, there is a huge discrepancy between the arguments of, and I quote, only a few people spoke in favor of screens, so they're not representatives to disregard. And 20 or so people came out at the last meeting and spoke in favor against the resolution, and that's representative. Just pointing that out, you can't have it both ways. Either people who attend should be heard, no matter how many or how many people there are, or they shouldn't. I also think it's disingenuous for other speakers to say that other things to say to other people what is and is important to other parents. This is important to many parents. I don't think that should be discounted. Mr. McGuire is an experienced educator. He's very experienced within the DOE. I do encourage him to listen to all of the parents of this D2. There are compromises to be made. I do know that you care about all kids. I firmly believe that. We need to go back to the drawing board and start now. So I encourage him to start doing that tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Craig. Elizabeth, are you on here now, or are you still driving? I don't see her. Anyone else?
I don't see her.
Jody Pimentel. That's
Jody,
the last one.
You unmute yourself, please. Thank you, Shana.
Hello, I'm Jody. I'm the parent of 2 children in District 2, and I feel compelled to express my support for Resolution 219. And I'd really like to applaud the CEC for fighting so hard for all of the children in District 2, many of whom require differentiated learning, including advanced education, as well as other differentiation. I attended several of the early CEC meetings where many different viewpoints were expressed, including educators and parents who strongly supported screen schools and the benefits ranging from academic benefits to social and emotional benefits of academically advanced students learning together. And so frankly, I was shocked to see the superintendent's final decision. And I really am so grateful for the CEC for continuing to push this really crucial issue to maintain the strength of the schools in New York City.
Thank you for that, Jody. Is anyone else on who I've missed? Chanel, I'm sorry, did you say?
That's all on the list also.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to suggest we move on. Thank you.
I just want to make one note that any public speaker who didn't have their screen on wasn't spotlighted because we can't spotlight someone who doesn't have a screen on. So if you didn't see a public speaker spotlighted, we tried to, it's just they didn't have their screen on.
All right, Kaushik, I think we can move on now.
Okay, great. I was just sorry, I'm talking to myself muted. No more speakers, correct? Great, and I think
None that are here.
I also think we switched sign language interpreters. Can we spotlight the other sign language interpreter?
I believe there was a message in the chat asking for a final call on who needed ASL. I'm wondering if no one responded, if, are you, okay, so ASL is still on?
I just announced, yeah, we announced and we waited an hour and nobody requested ASL interpreting services. So we're gonna turn our camera on.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So Kaushik, can we unspotlight them, please?
I would assume so. I don't have any objections. Okay. Did somebody do that or do we? Bear with me. I'm going to move on to the next thing. I see. All right, hold on one second. I think I have it up. Our next item is a report from the president or vice president. I do not have a speech prepared. I'm hoping Ben does because, as we said, we made this decision last minute.
Yeah, I don't, because resolution 220 was originally going to be my report, and then I thought it was just too urgent not to make it into a resolution to try to support students, because we have 500 students each in both math and ELA who are who need support, and I was going to highlight that during, and I already presented it, so I yield my time.
Okay. I'm going to move on to the next item. Report of Community District 2 Superintendent. Superintendent McGuire, you're up. And you're muted. Were you not made a co-host? Hold on.
Okay, there we go. Thanks so much. Good evening, everybody. It's great to see you all this evening. Tonight, I'm joined by our several members of our district team, including our two deputy superintendents, Kelly Shannon and Reggie Higgins. And they are actually going to share a little bit with us, with the community tonight in regard to a draft of some goals that we're working on for the district. But to start out, I am going to share my screen. And we will go ahead and get started. Again, we have a couple of, we like to always start our meetings with some celebrations, and we are very happy to share that two of our students from the Clinton School have been nominated by the New York State Department of Education for the 2023 U.S. Presidential Scholars Award. Those students are Samson Moyik and Olivia Dartley. So these students are two of just 25 that were nominated across New York State. There are only 6 students nominated in New York City for this to participate in this candidacy for the U.S. Presidential Scholars Program. So we're very proud of them. Students are nominated both for academics, arts, and career or technical program accomplishments. I'm also happy to share that in the month of December, we hosted our second book club, and author Jenny Torres Sanchez joined us to share a little bit about her book, We Are Not From Here, which is the story of some migrant students coming from Guatemala to the United States. She shared a very passionate recollection of the research that she had done in preparation for this book, and was just really a joy to be a part of the club. We are going to be planning our third book club of the school year, and look for that in the next couple of weeks. We also, Chancellor Banks announced that Community Education Council elections are coming down the line. All parents can run for their Community Education Council. There is information here on the school's website, newyorkschools.nyc.gov/elections 2023. Right now, we are just in this process of opening up the application for families that want to run, and then later this spring we will be holding a vote. So if you want to learn more about running for your Community Education Council, you can go to that website. We also wanted to provide a brief update in regard to our students and families who are seeking asylum. You probably heard from Mayor Adams prior to the new year that we should be expecting additional families to be coming to New York City and seeking asylum in our country. Will say that over the past couple of weeks, we have seen an increase in the number of students who are visiting our schools. I'm sorry, who are enrolling in our schools from families who are seeking asylum. The central office, as well as our budgeting and HR offices, have been very supportive of our schools and providing necessary funds and resources to help create processes for hiring new staff, both teachers and paraprofessionals, guidance counselors, and social workers. In District 2, we have been establishing several different professional structures to serve both our teachers and our paraprofessionals who are working directly with our students. Our district team has been leading an office hour for principals and other district staff to come and not only share resources, but also learn about different opportunities that are available for professional learning. And we have held several different structures in our schools to help support teachers who had not necessarily worked with students who are learning English to help to bolster their skills. We've also been working really closely with our DIIT central office to get iPads and other curricula. To get iPads into the hands of students so that they can access translated curricula. And I will say that in the last couple of weeks, District 2 has been acknowledged by our central office as really being a model in the city for not only receiving and supporting students whose families are seeking asylum. Our families have done an amazing job of supporting our new families in schools. But we've also been recognized for the strong communication that's occurred between our district and our central office. This is an ongoing process here in the district, and it's required a lot of time and energy from both our district team members and our principals, but we have been receiving quite a bit of recognition for these strong practices. So we're happy about that, and we're happy about the progress that our students are making in our new students are making in our schools. We are going to now go on to the development of goals Every year around this time, districts are asked to put together a draft of goals and work with our district leadership team to hone and develop those goals a little bit further. During our last district leadership team, we shared some of the frameworks for our goals. And so tonight, these are just some beginnings of drafts that we have to create goals in our district that are aligned with the Chancellor's priorities. So I'm going to start with one of them, and then I'm going to pass it off to my colleagues, Reggie Higgins and Kelly Shannon. So this goal here is aligned to the Chancellor's priority of all students will have a high quality academic experience. That's the Chancellor's priority. And then each district is asked to create a goal that is connected to that priority. In our district, we have two priorities that are closely aligned to the Chancellor's priority. One is to implement a high quality research-based mathematics curriculum across all middle schools that includes a parallel beyond grade level scope and sequence. And then also to implement a program for academic intervention across all grade levels. So we had to justify why it is that we were creating this goal. And so we looked to data that explained that 72% of students were performing at or above grade level. So both justifying, both an indication that we have a number of students who are performing strongly in mathematics, but also acknowledging that there are students who are not yet working at grade level, and that there is a need for our district to be focused on creating an academic intervention program for students who are not yet performing at grade level. We've taken some key steps, both this fall, but we're also continuing to build out practices in progress toward this goal in the coming spring. Earlier this year, we conducted a full audit of all curricula and units that were being used across our schools with a focus on math. We collaborated with 2 middle schools who are serving as a model for grade level and accelerated programs. We are using those schools as case studies for us to continue to build out our mathematics curriculum, scope and sequence for the coming year. We have started and we will continue to engage in intervisitations that are supported both by our district team members, but have a special lens. We might choose to go into a school and focus solely on how it is that our students with learning disabilities are managing the new curriculum, or how it is that our students who have performed at a level 4 on the state exam in the previous year are performing with the curricula. So these intervisitations are very focused, and each will have a special lens. And then throughout the rest of this year into the summer, we are going to continue to work on building out a map for professional learning so that our professional development for teachers and school leaders continues into the next school year.
Thank you, Superintendent McGuire. Good evening, everyone. It's so wonderful to be here with the Community Education Council and the members of the District 2 community. And so I'll be speaking tonight about the 2 district-aligned priorities we have in relationship to providing our students with a high-quality academic experience, and this relates to our literacy goals. First and foremost is thinking about ensuring that all of our schools are instituting an evidence-based research foundational literacy curriculum and practices across all of our elementary schools. The second part of our work is centered around, again, instituting evidence-based research foundational Tier 2 and Tier 3 literacy intervention curriculum for students in grades 3 and beyond. The data and trends that support this need, when we look across our Acadians data, one of the things we honed in on is that the reading composite score, which is made up of both the ways in which students are performing on the phonics assessment, as well as reading comprehension and then phonological awareness, our students are performing at about 70% benchmark. We want to be between 70 and 85% to ensure that our students meet grade level standards, and obviously closer to 85% would be ideal. So that's part of the trend that we've noticed. The second piece is thinking about the inconsistency that has existed and the research that's out there to make sure that we have a research-based tier 1 foundational literacy curriculum that supports all of our students in being able to acquire those early foundational literacy skills that are so critical to the success of becoming a reader and writer. In addition, looking at the MAP and iReady growth data, 65% of our students in grades 3 through 8 are currently meeting benchmark and trying to push that closer to 75%. Again, what that allows us to do then is to ensure that our tier 1 program, which should be research-based, which is what we've implemented in all of our schools across District 2 this year, meets the needs of the majority of our students, and then allows us to tailor and target specifically instruction in tier 2 and tier 3. So some steps that we're taking to address these goals. We have principal learning collaboratives, and during that, our AAS team members, along with the district instructional leads, we work with our schools to implement the tier 1 foundational literacy programs with fidelity, making sure scheduling, consistency, practices, best practice around that work is happening across our classrooms in K2. Our schools are grouped into tiers for the support ranging that we provide, from short-term planning sessions to intensive cycles, depending on the needs of the individual school and the students that they serve. And we want to make sure we're continually providing training and programs such as Heggerty, which promotes phonemic awareness and phonological awareness, foundations, and really great reading, all approved DOE programs that are research and evidence-based. We're making sure with our team that we're aligning curriculum and practices to the literacy data that we collect and monitor, and supporting schools in creating instructional groupings that provide targeted tier 2 and tier 3. So for example, ensuring that part of tier 2, that double dosing is part of the work that we provide in foundations, and that is for students who have not yet met the 80% benchmark at the end of unit for each foundations unit, and having that as a common protocol that happens consistently across our classrooms to ensure that we are reducing the number of students who potentially need tier 3 instruction. It is our job to continue to connect our schools to central training for foundations. We had an overwhelming need for teachers who are interested in that training and wanting to continue to advocate to provide that training from our central offices, and have recently sent out an updated set of trainings that will be happening over the next 2 months to train as many teachers across our district as possible in these best practices and in implementing these programs. A pilot that we're working on, that some of the district instructional leadership team is being currently trained in, including myself, is a middle school initiative. And it's thinking about how we're improving reading fluency for our adolescent learners. When we improve fluency skills in our adolescent learners, we know it's directly related to the level of comprehension that they're able to take, and improving any potential opportunity gaps that had existed in what we provided early on that we may not have provided in the ways that our students needed, and making sure that we're thinking not just from the bottom up, but also thinking for students who we need to provide other opportunities for. In addition, another thing that we're addressing is we have 2 cohorts of 40 educators and administrators. They represent 13 of our elementary schools, 1 middle school, 4 K-8 schools, and they're all taking part in the course Letters, which is language essentials for teachers of reading and spelling. Why is this course important? This is not about a curriculum. It's about taking the current research in reading and how language skills need to be taught in our schools, ways in which we help students access language development for both prevention and intervention, and guidance on how to plan and balance word recognition and comprehension in our classrooms. This provides a robust early childhood foundational program for our students that we can build on the success of the work that we do when we talk about comprehension work. All of this is in service of also making sure, as a district instructional leadership team, that we're able to support our principals and our assistant principals, not only through these PLCs, but through our intervisitations and visits across the district from the leadership team, to really target the ways in which we support the work they're doing in the school and understand the needs school by school, and then how to plan out from there any additional supports that will be needed, not only for the next few months of the school year, but planning long-term over the next year. What are the things that we need to take into consideration? I had the good fortune today of spending the full morning at one of our District 2 schools with 20 of the members of the cohort of Letters. And what this opportunity provides, and this came up earlier in the meeting, it's opportunities for intervisitations where we are sharing best practice. And we're working across schools with those teacher leaders who are not only being vulnerable enough to share what potential opportunities that they now realize may not have been provided to students, but how they're working to make those shifts happen in their classroom, and then growing that work across those teacher leaders and across the district. It is also our expectation that we'll continue the letters program when there will be another round of session offered in this training, which is over a course of 12 to 14 weeks, that will happen this summer for another cohort of educators across District 2. Thank you so much for your time tonight.
Thank you, Deputy Superintendent Shannon. I really appreciate you just laying the groundwork for a lot of the academic work that's taking place. And it ties in nicely to the Chancellor's second priority that is focused on students being physically and emotionally safe. As educators, we firmly believe that every student has the capacity to learn, and they have the capacity to learn when they are afforded the appropriate conditions and the right learning experiences. And so our two District 2 aligned priorities are expand social, emotional, and mental health supports, and improve supports and outcomes for socially vulnerable student populations. The current data and trends to support this need were identified using the DESA survey. And so 92% of students are typical strength at the descriptive range. And so we take an integrated approach to address these needs with community and relationship building practices during principal meetings and PLCs. We are working to review ORS data to understand types of infractions and interventions and supports. And that work is not just done at the district level, it's done in collaboration with schools and school teams and district leaders, the student service manager, our restorative justice coordinators, identifying students with multiple incidents and student needs with school, and being able to offer additional resources. And most importantly, being able to provide professional development opportunities for school counselors, social workers, deans, and assistant principals to support student needs, including safety and reentry planning. In a more granular way, what does this work look like inside of a school? So we're working to build skills and develop trauma-sensitive practices so that we create environments where all students feel safe, supported, and learn in an optimal environment. We're working to weave social emotional learning practices into all of our classrooms to enable all students to learn optimally. So we're not asking schools to learn something new. In fact, we're just asking them to maybe think about how they could do it with fidelity and just to provide additional support. And so some of our schools will continue to use Ruler, Responsive Classroom, Harmony, Second Step, or emotionally responsive practice. But we also are building teams data literacy, and we're asking schools to determine whether a school uses disciplinary actions more frequently for some subgroups of students more than for others. Examples of programs that really identify work for socially vulnerable student populations, such as students and families that are asylum seekers, are the relationships that we're building with Project Russo that is handling food distribution, clothing distribution, after-school classes, ESL classes, and providing legal services. Morningside Center for Teaching Social Responsibility for the same group of families is supporting and building community inside of their classroom and strengthening their students' social and emotional skills. And organizations like Project Pivot is a program where the DOE is collaborating with different community-based organizations to provide support for schools in giving additional resources such as counseling, mentoring, and learning opportunities through recreational outings and sports and arts programs. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Reggie and Kelly. And I would just like to highlight, since both Kelly and Reggie mentioned it, today I was with the Chancellor and his team and was asked to actually present to superintendents in regard to our PLCs, our Principal Learning Collaboratives. As everybody knows, there is a real push and a real urgency, as I think President Warden mentioned, for us to get back on track in regard to developing and supporting both academic and social emotional progress of our students. Our PLCs in District 2 were held up as a model again, for our district, thinking about how it is that we are sharing best practices, using data to help push and support student learning and guide our curricula. So thanks so much, Reggie and Kelly, for sharing these drafts of goals. We look forward to being able to share any changes that may come out following our next district leadership team meeting. And again, I'm just going to wrap up with a quick review of a few dates here. On Monday, we are off for Martin Luther King Day. But we also see that our mid-year assessment screeners is coming up soon. We're really looking forward to that. I don't know that I've been so excited to look to reviewing data, but I'm really looking forward to seeing the results of our mid-year academic assessments to see how it is that our students are progressing throughout the year, so that we can both highlight our successes, but also make changes where needed, so that before the end of the year, we are really ensuring that we're taking advantage of every opportunity we have to continue student growth and development. Regents are coming up mid-year. This only really will affect the Clinton School, which will host a mid-year Regents administration for its high school students. Regents in our middle schools will be held this spring. As a part of that Regents Week, the parents who might be here from the Clinton School should know that January 30th is a non-attendance day for students, as it's a professional development day for their teachers. The middle of the year, the spring semester begins January 31st, and then there's a midwinter recess later in February. I didn't list the dates here, but parents should know that they can look forward to the second round of parent-teacher conferences that will be coming up later this year in March. And that's all that we have to share this evening. Thank you so much. And I'm here to answer any questions, as are Deputy Superintendents Higgins and Shannon.
Before we get to that, a couple more dates, Kelly. Kindergarten admissions, there's a due date at the end of January, I believe. Do you have that offhand?
I believe that's correct. I don't know if Jennifer Greenblatt knows the exact date for that, or if you'd prefer to just have us check out the website. That's.
Let's keep going. I think it's January 27th, but I'll get back to that. But, okay. And have you gotten any further clarity on GNT admissions in relation to that?
I have not gotten any update on GNT admissions.
Okay. And that was for date additions. I open it up for questions for the rest of the council. And I see Ben and Janie with raised hands. Ben, why don't you go first?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Superintendent McGuire. I found yours and Kelly Shannon's presentation very interesting. The 72% number of below proficiency, so that I focused on third graders in the resolution 220, which is 500, but 72%. So that's about 28%. That's around 7,000 students below grade level. That's like a small district. What percent of these students that are not proficient, do they have IEPs? Because I'm just wondering, should all these students have IEPs? And should we have, we have for COVID a situation room. Should we be having a situation room for students to get them back to grade level? Because when you look at the numbers, the third grade students, if you're not in third grade proficiency, it's hard to graduate high school. And the other interesting trend I saw that's kind of shocking to me is that third grade proficiency in the fours is around 20% right now. Where you have fourth graders through eighth graders, they range from 40, 50, 60% proficiency in our district. So on the high end, we've dropped. And I'm just worrying that we're going to get clustering, of more students, and that's, I think we need a situation room, because there's an urgent need to give these students supports, and that's why my question, going back to my question again, what percentage have IEPs, and how difficult is it to get more students IEPs who are need to get back to a grade level?
I mean, it's very possible that I misspoke, but I just want to make sure that I'm understanding your comment correctly. So the 72%, that was of students who are proficient.
Right, so 28%.
Sure, yeah, which is significant, right? We want to, it's not necessarily all students who need individualized focus, but we certainly want to pay close attention to that 28% of students. When we are speaking about students with IEPs and students without IEPs, as you might guess, the percentage of students who are proficient who do not have IEPs is in excess of 85%. So again, we're looking at a smaller number of students in the third grade who are not yet proficient. So, you know, Kelly's superintendent, our Deputy Superintendent Shannon, Kelly Shannon's presentation really hones in on the kind of work that we want to make sure that we are doing across our district. And I can say that we have had some incredible support from our principals. This is an area in which our principals have really embraced recent research in regard to language development and are really taking it on, this challenge of addressing reading deficiencies in many different ways. So we feel good about the progress that we have made so far. There's plenty of work still to do.
Okay. Ben, you good?
Yeah.
Before we go to Janie, I was going to say that we generally allow one question per council member. I might allow two since we're moving quite ahead of schedule, and I don't think we have a ton of speakers after this. So I'll allow one other round after this. But Janie, you're up.
Great, thank you. So Kelly, can you comment on any what is it, attendance trends? Because I think maybe at the last meeting or maybe a prior meeting, you talked a little bit about attendance trends, and you know it was kind of on your radar screen. I don't know if you've received any new data.
Yeah, thanks very much for that, Jeannie. You know, attendance remains strong in our district. We have seen some students who, especially some of our recent arrivals to District 2, who have needed to gain access to some of the different vaccines and to make sure that they are following those protocols and are in line with structures in the district. So when a student is absent, regardless of whether it's for illness or because they are awaiting vaccination, that does count as an absence. We certainly look at the different data that are broken down between excused absences and unexcused absences for different reasons, but still an absence is an absence. And so we are paying close attention to that. I would say that our absence rate, our attendance rate in the district has dipped about 1 percentage point. And while we can't necessarily attribute that entirely to students who may be out as they are awaiting vaccination, we have seen that impact some schools where large numbers of students who are recently arrived are awaiting new vaccinations. So we work really closely with the Department of Health. Our principals were incredible about connecting families to community resources so that they could get back into school as quickly as possible. And so it's something that we're keeping a close eye on. We're keeping a close eye on it here in District 2, but it's also something we're keeping a close eye on across the city.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Chen?
Yes, thank you, Superintendent McGuire. Um, the, when you're talking about, it's great that what you're doing with the math and ELA to help improve drive the proficiency as well as address those who are vulnerable. But I'm still perplexed at why you're not having accelerated curriculum for ELA in the middle schools. I mean, I would think that it's a natural outgrowth that there are students who need advanced topics in ELA and who will zoom by everybody else in the classroom, and then nobody has to, give up time for focus on other students' needs, when you can have a cohort of students grouped by relative ability that are closer together. And that's the same in math. And furthermore, we were tackling math and ELA. We're not really also tackling science. We have very little science curriculum in elementary, and perhaps we slow down in that has knock-on effects down to over to middle school and to high school. So I also encourage you to focus also on science and providing a pathway for accelerated science, as well as supporting those who are vulnerable. And at the core of it is reading comprehension and ELA, which you're not offering as many options as there should be, in my opinion. And I have a second topic. I'll save that for the next round. Thank you.
Chen, do you want to clarify that with a question, or I don't think.
Well, if the superintendent, if Superintendent McGuire can comment on, like, why can't we have the ELA that's accelerated and also have science that's also giving a pathway like you have described for math and ELA? Thank you.
Sure. Thanks for the question. And I think it's a really good one. And I think that, what it does require is for us to dig in a little bit and understand what the experience is of students in our schools. And, you mentioned math, and, one of the data points that I think are really important to note is that there is a significant gap between the number of students in our district who are proficient in math, or far above proficient in math, and students who are not yet proficient in math. That gap, I think, reflects a real need to think about how it is that we might be delivering curriculum and instruction differently. We don't see as large of a gap in ELA and literacy. We also see that the structures and routines that we have in our classrooms in ELA and literacy really do allow for teachers to be able to individualize instruction, both for individual groups as well as individual students. Now, is that work that needs ongoing development? Absolutely. And we've been in close conversations with our principals to make sure that they are not just returning to the curricula that they had used prior to the pandemic, but they are also bringing in real accelerated units, looking at not just specific skills that students need to develop in ELA and literacy, but that they're being exposed and having the chance to be exposed to very rigorous texts and concepts. So looking at that ELA curricula has been a part of our work also this spring. And in regard to how it is that we approach programming in our middle schools, that's something that we are constantly reviewing. And Chancellor Banks has asked us to consistently review how it is that we are serving and supporting all of our students at all grade levels, but knowing that there is this real significant transition to middle school that needs to be supported in middle school. In regards to science, one of the announcements that I made when I did make the announcement in regard to middle school admissions was that all of our schools were going to begin engaging our students in a curriculum that was going to prepare them for the Living Environment Regions program. And so that really does require working backwards from 8th grade, thinking about what those regions outcomes are, and making sure that we are changing up the curriculum in 7th and in 6th grade to make sure that they have access to the regions curriculum in 7th grade, or excuse me, in 8th grade, and that they perform really well on that exam. We feel good about how it is that our science teachers have been implementing a program. Amplify Science is a program that is used most consistently across our middle schools, but there are new units in Amplify that we need to pull out to make sure that our students are prepared for that Regents exam when they hit 8th grade.
And I'm really also talking about in elementary that the frequency of science classes is very low, maybe once a week. And that's, very means that you cannot get into more advanced topics it has knock-on effects, and the standards that you can ask the students to achieve will be much lower than if you had science more regularly and more consistently and at a high level throughout, starting from elementary. I mean, there's just very big gaps. I mean, just comparing let's say my son and his friends who are, let's say, in well-regarded private schools. I mean, they're well ahead where he was at the same grade level in elementary school.
I'm going to move on to, I didn't hear a question there, but, and you're up anyway. Jennifer Greenblatt, unusual to see you raise your hand, but I will allow it for all the work you do for us.
No, I wanted to give you some information regarding kindergarten admissions. So the application is open as of today through January 20th. In the past, it has always been extended for another week. There's nothing to say that it will happen again this year. But anybody who has a child entering kindergarten or knows somebody entering a child entering kindergarten should fill in that application. Thank you.
I actually glad you said that, because I found something I just received earlier today from one of my sources. I'm going to share my screen for a moment. Again, Lupe, I haven't forgotten you, but you're up next. This is something I got, well, I think it was shared with some principals. Yes, it confirms the date that you mentioned, January 20th, but it also gives some information regarding GNT. It says there's a nomination tool. My source additionally says that this year that teachers are receiving a 38-minute training session. I don't know if that's accurate or not. I'll wait my turn, but I'll allow parents to read this if they can, and Kelly to read as well. Maybe we can comment during your session, and then I have an additional piece as well. Bear with me. Actually, it's not easy to share this one. There. Anyway, I'll unshare my screen as well right now. Lupe, you're up next.
Thank you. Thank you, Superintendent Kelly McGuire, and Kelly and Reggie. It's always great to have you and share what you're doing with the district. I had a question, maybe Jennifer can answer as well, regarding pre-K, when those applications would be going through or opening for, and any update on District 2's seats of special education that was recently announced at the end of the year. How many seats of those are coming into District 2, filling any wait lists for our pre-K students that were not receiving special education?
I can answer the question about pre-K and 3K. That should be coming out shortly, hopefully by the end of the month. I can't give you an exact date.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Anyone else? If not, hold on, let me share my other screen and I'll ask the question as well. Kelly, this is also not something you've seen yet, correct?
I have not seen that.
We are getting some information from principals. Do our principals not have this information yet? I assume not. From what you're
I mean,
saying?
the other announcement that you shared was from the Principal's Digest, which came out today, which I have not yet read. But good to see that CEC members are getting the Principal's Digest. I think it's like good to have all of that information. But if this was embedded in there, no, I haven't seen it yet. But
this is all I know. Those are the two pieces I got. But this plus the piece of information, there's a third that apparently there's a 38-minute video training session, and that it's all the training they get for determining GNT students. And that's something you know about yet, correct?
no, I don't know anything about that.
Okay. I have some questions regarding, but back to, I was going to follow up on questions that Chen had. So you had mentioned that 73% of students are performing at or above grade level?
You know, Ben had cited third graders. I had 78% of third graders that were performing at or above grade level.
I think Ben was going off of state tests and you're probably going off of mid-year diagnostics.
No, that was state exam, but that was just third graders. The 72% that I had cited before was overall.
Okay, so you said 78, so 22% are performing below grade level.
Yeah, it's significant regardless.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
And how many are performing above grade level?
78%.
No, isn't that at or above grade level?
Oh, I'm sorry, at or above grade level. I could get that for you. I don't have it right in front of me, but I could get it pretty easily.
And do you see a discrepancy in grade 3 versus grade 6, 7, 8? Because I think what part of what Ben was getting at is there is a discrepancy there.
I don't have those data right in front of me, but again, I could get them very easily.
Okay. And some other data that we talked about last week was regarding just in terms of general enrollment. You had mentioned that enrollment in D2 has gone up this year. Was that, I think it was versus projections. Is that what you had said?
I had said that the majority of our schools, I think I said 42 out of the 49 schools, had received a funding increase based on a register that was larger than that for which they were projected.
So we don't have an actual count. I guess what I'm asking is, it sounded like that we have increased or greater than expected population in our schools, but I'm wondering how much of that is actually due to just the asylum-seeking students. Meaning, does the amount of asylum-seeking students that we've enrolled in school hide another outflow of students out of D2?
Yeah, I mean, considering the enrollment of students from families who are seeking asylum is definitely a question that's on my mind, just like it sounds like it's on yours as well, that we will, when evaluating how things are going in the district in regards to enrollment, we're going to want to look at what our numbers look like, both taking students who are seeking asylum into account and not, to really see what the trend, since that is something that is unique to this year that we weren't really anticipating.
And who's the right? So you're saying you don't have those numbers. Who is the right? Is there another department we should be asking?
There's an audited register that will come out from the Office of District Planning.
Last year that came out in March, April, May, June-ish. When did it come out this year?
I don't know when it's going to come out.
And we've talked about this before, just sorry, it's all related questions.
It's okay.
Do you get a daily, because you just gave us a date, and we've talked about this, and I've talked about this with district planning. You get a daily percentage, attendance number. That denominator is obviously the number of students enrolled in our district. Do you still not get that? And who do we ask for that for?
Yeah, I don't get that. I get the percentage.
Any ideas who we asked that from?
I get that, that audited register number will come out from the Office of District Planning later this spring. Or if it continues, maybe it'll come out earlier. I'm not exactly sure, but I haven't been told that when it is that it will be announced.
Okay, since we're still doing good on time, I did say second round. Chen, I believe you had another question. He doesn't have to go first. I would open it up to anyone, any council members who haven't gone yet. And if not, Chen, go ahead.
Yes, Superintendent Kelly McGuire, I had a few months ago noted to you about the loss of grade information for PS 111, some PS 111 students. I did work with the principal. They did put some data in, but as of the last marking period report card that was issued for the current grades, the previous year's data was not repopulated in the right place. So in my schools, there is a whole year of grades missing for certain, a certain number of students in PS 111. And it seems to be, only affecting us, or maybe, I don't know how many other schools. I haven't taken a survey of every school, but it just is frustrating because, it's not fair that some students have access to this data and some don't. And there's families with twins where the one sibling has access to the full data source. And I would point to you to the federal FERPA law that provides for the privacy and access to student records, so that it's not providing hardship and undue hardship and unfair access to basic student records. So if a family lives far away, they have to trek back to school, get a paper record. Why can't it be in the same place that everyone else has the records intact? I would ask really you to please look into this and help resolve this. It's affecting a smaller population, so we're getting overlooked. But I think it's something to do with the central IT department doing something, do it one time and get it fixed, please. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
No question in there, Chen? Just a request?
It's a request. Thank you.
Then I am going to repeat one request for data as well, since we're entering the admission cycle again for kindergartners. I've heard complaints from parents, and we've talked about this before. As part of the nominating process for GNT, there were plenty of teachers who nominated none of their students because they didn't believe it, or all their students because they believe all kids are gifted. And I think even you and I had talked, and you had said that you thought that if we're going to offer GNT, that it should offer something different for students. How can we get numbers on what that looked like last year, and how can we avoid that this year? In our district, which is under your control.
Yeah. Would you send me an email detailing the data that you're looking for?
I will.
Thank you.
I probably will include Sarah Kleinheimer enrollment as well then.
Okay, no problem.
Any other council members? Okay, moving on to the next agenda item then.
I just want to say that I appreciate I'm not able to remain for the rest of the meeting tonight, but I will drop my email address in the chat in case anybody has any questions that they'd like to ask or reach out for any reason. But I appreciate your time tonight, and thanks very much.
Well, then I have one, not a question for me in particular, but I was going to ask you if you wanted to comment on the resolution at all, specifically in regards to the NICEP clauses.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I will comment to say that, when I came on as superintendent in February of 2021, the NICEP grant and all grants from the state were on pause. And there was a real slowdown in how it is that the state was issuing funds. I did work very closely with officials at the State Department, not the State Department, the State Department of Education, to make sure that District 2 did not lose a penny of the New York State Integration Plan grant funding that was allocated in phase 3 of this grant. We were able to maintain every single dollar that was allocated to the district to address the two goals, one of desegregation and one in regards to addressing disproportionate achievement in the district. Since that time, much of the work that you heard both Kelly Shannon and Reggie Higgins and myself talk about here this evening is in regard to supporting and improving curriculum and instruction here in the district. We pay close attention to how it is that our students are performing. And so we are watching that closely and using funds to help to support professional development for teachers and also how it is that we are supporting our instructional coaches to make sure that they're able to go out and effectively work in our schools to address goals. So there are some brilliant ideas that were in the original grant. I worked with the state education department to help to reapply for that grant, which was required, that we resubmit a bunch of different paperwork to make sure that we didn't lose any of that funding. Much of the work that you heard about in regards to, well, the superintendent and deputy superintendent that were the original authors on this grant, the superintendent was not in the city when I took this position. The deputy superintendent left just a week after I took the position. And so, but much of the ideas that were included in that in regard to how it is that we were going to organize professionally in the district, we maintained. And there were great ideas that were put in place. I just had to resubmit all of this paperwork when I came on. And so we didn't lose any of our funding.
How is desegregation addressed? Because there has been no proof that lottery has actually improved that. In fact, we've had principals come on. I know the principal of 126, Matt, had come on and said that had worsened since lottery. I know many zone schools and neighborhood schools have well, reflected, not surprisingly, reflected more their neighborhood during lottery, which tends to be segregated as our housing is segregated. How was desegregation met, and how did it deal with the fact that a key part of that grant pointed to preserving screen admissions was an essential component of maintaining middle school success? How could all this be unilaterally be changed when originally there was a much larger committee involved in all of this?
Nothing was unilaterally changed, but if you recall, in the spring of 2021, any kind of screened admissions was eliminated by the chancellor at the time. And so the option for doing anything specific within District 2 was not a possibility. So nothing was unilaterally changed. Again, I took the grant that was originally submitted and resubmitted that so that we had it available to us in that year and in the following year. So nothing was changed. It was just that what did change was city policy on screened admissions. And that was that there were no screened admissions, and that remained for the next two admission cycles.
That is not the case currently for this coming year.
That is true.
And there's still a grant payment pending.
I mean, the grant is ending shortly, and the grant is ending shortly. Yeah.
But there is a payment pending.
Which screens weren't eliminated, they were put on pause. I just want to clarify during COVID.
And at the time, but at the time there wasn't an option to implement structures to continue screens. That wasn't an option to us at all in the district.
But again, that is possible. That was possible this year, before the payment to the last grant segment.
Yeah, that's true. But as you know, the work that was required to build out the aspect of screened admissions in the fall was, I'm sorry, in the original grant, that process foresaw years of work in order to be able to build out a screened admissions program that desegregated certain schools in our district. That was not possible to do in this, starting in this fall. There was a lot of work that was going to lead up to the process of how it is that screened admissions were going to be used to desegregate schools. And there was, but that, that none of that legwork could be done prior to the work.
But there is no evidence that lottery improves segregation. In fact, there is some evidence that lottery makes it worse.
I'm not saying that anything was that maintaining or not maintaining screens I'm not commenting on the impact of of screened admissions on segregation and desegregation. I'm not commenting on the original plan that was developed in the grant to desegregate schools through screened admissions. I am just saying that this was not a structure that was available to us to even consider, given the change in how it is that policy was implemented across the city.
I'll let you go, but I'll leave you with that was possible now, and it's not clear that and not only is it not clear that evidence is the contrary, that this is contrary to current plan is contrary to integration, and certainly contrary to high school preparation, which was also part of the integration piece of it. Integration was integration into the next step of school and a continuum of schools from elementary to middle school to high school.
I mean, that's a great example. I mean, when I came to the district, there hadn't been any discussions with high schools that were conveyed to me. That was something that was work that was planned for, but that was not yet initiated.
Disagree with that. I was in some of those meetings, but I'll let you go.
Thanks very much, everybody. Have a great night.
Okay. Apologies. I need to bring up the agenda again. Next up, we're going to move on to committee reports. Any chairs have anything to report? Robin, go ahead.
So I want to speak about students in temporary housing and of economic need. Impact Coaching has been doing bilingual classes in several schools, including PS 33, PS 11, PS 111, PS 116, PS 51. That's during the day. This is where a lot of students have ended up. We, on Monday, started a program completely free. It was actually funded by a gift from a family in District 2 that believes that chess is a great skill, hobby, and outlet for students. And this program is free. It's Monday through Thursday at St. Luke's Church in Midtown, which is fairly close to many of the shelters that are being used right now for asylum-seeking families. And the classes run from 3:30 to 6, Monday to Thursday, and they're bilingual. So the intent is to not only give these kids, hopefully something fun that they can do together and a new skill and hobby, but also help them learn English, form communities, and chess is such Bren, I'm sure you can speak this, but such a magical game and activity, and it can really help with other academic areas like math and reasoning. And we've seen in other situations, especially with this program, we've seen it really help students to use it to their advantage to propel themselves forward academically and hopefully in their careers. It's been a great way to help these kids find something constructive to do. It's also, we felt it would be great for a lot of these kids who are in shelters, a great place for them to be rather than be at the shelters. A lot of the parents have told me it's not the greatest place for them to be. They don't offer snacks in most of these hotels. At Chess, they will be offering snacks for the kids. The plan is for parents to also be welcome. Hopefully we'll start having coffee and some snacks for the parents. And we also want to include an artist to do some crafts and activities for kids who might not be interested in chess, or for younger siblings who will likely be tagging along. And will have the chance to form their own communities. One thing I suggested, which I've heard about from families, is that what they really are missing and not getting from the schools and the district is kind of plans and ideas as to how to move forward beyond the scripted ones, but really kind of in the meantime, what they can do for finances and how they can kind of get together as a community, take classes for construction work, and really work together to form communities that might help them settle and really feel more connected now that they're here in New York City. So I encourage everyone on here to please reach out to your schools. It's not just for those 5 schools I mentioned. That was the original pilot program that we're intending. Those 5 schools, because we've received so many students, asylum seeking students, but it's also for other kids. It's not just for those kids. It can be for kids who speak English or other kids in temporary housing. It's a way for them to get to know one another and hopefully develop an interest in chess. I've asked Chanel to put together a quick slideshow. And so we had only 2 people the first day show up, but it's going to take some time to get the word out. There's a flyer that I like to share in both Spanish and in English. And hopefully we can distribute that not only to the schools, but if you have contacts, I know I have some individual contacts in the shelters, which I'll be using. And parent coordinators are great. So please share that with anyone you know who might be interested. And please reach out to me if you have any questions. I'll put my email in the chat, and I'd love to expand this program. The idea is right now 3 months, but we're hoping to have this go on much longer and hope it get bigger too. Ben, I see your hand is raised. Can I answer anything?
Yes, I just wanted to say that it's in the Times Square area, so it's perfectly situated to have a lot of our new students participate in this after-school program. And it's also in conjunction with the Gift of Chess, and they've given out thousands and thousands of free chess sets to nonprofit to our District 2 schools. So it's a wonderful program, I think, and maybe we should be expanding it, to a lot more students in the future, because but I think it's great that you're working so hard to encourage more of the schools to participate and get more students involved.
So another thing thank you, Ben. This particular place that's hosting, St. Luke's, is also a soup kitchen that started off like nuts and bolts, 50 people, 75 people. Now they have a tremendously large soup kitchen that caters to the entire community. So they're receiving families that have arrived and haven't gone through the traditional system. So they've been asking the church itself where to go, how to get their kids enrolled in school, how to get involved in the community, what shelters to go to. So this particular place has served not only as what it currently is doing as a resource for our chess after school program, but they've also over the last couple of months been receiving families and helping direct them and clothe them and feed them. So I think that it looks like a great partnership, and I'm hopeful that we can just contribute. We can continue to grow this and to provide resources for the families going there, since it is sometimes hard to get donations where they need to go. I'm hopeful that this might be a place where we can brainstorm and bring clothes and supplies and any other items that are needed for these families going forward. Sure. Now, will you just share some of those pictures? There was also, I think, a couple more, and maybe you can share the flyer.
Yeah.
Reach out to me, please, via that email, and I'll send you the flyer, and I can answer questions or put you in contact with Coach Russ, who's running the program. Oh, lastly, there's a Dominican chess star who's featured in one of these pictures. And she's young and she speaks Spanish. And I think it's she's a great role model for some of these children. I think she's in the first picture. So they had her undivided attention the first day. She's in the gray t-shirt, which I think is exciting for a lot of these kids to, you know, it's been kind of a cold and bleak entry into the city. And I'm hopeful that things will start to get better from here.
And that's a flyer if anyone wants.
Here's the flyer, but I can also send you it in PDF form if you reach out to me.
Yep, and we'll put it on the website also.
Thank you, Chanel. That's it.
Thank you. I was going to allow 5 minutes per people. That was over. Lupe, you're up next. I'm not. If you put up a timer, just keep an eye on the time. I'm not going to strictly limit you to 5 minutes, but if you keep an eye on the time so we can move along, that'd be great.
Absolutely. Thank you. Amazing project. Definitely should be expanded. In fact, what I was going to comment on as far as what Project Russo is doing, and I think Superintendent Kelly McGuire did mention it, they are linking up with the Manhattan Borough Response Team for the next event taking place at the Shed. I was going to say, in fact, even the chess community at these locations that you have, you're more than welcome to host collections. There are several D2 schools that are hosting collections. And if you are interested and have a few parents that it only takes a few parents to sort your load and we can have a pickup, but we would get these distributed at the event and ongoing for our incoming families that are coming in. So through the Manhattan Borough Response Team, we are hosting another event with the Shed and Project Russo, who has been actually offering a lot of after school and legal, as well as housing and employment information for the families. This resource fair will also be having a lot similar to what we had before, which was meals, free community stores. So even the gently used clothes we are looking for again for this particular event. And there are guidelines, but we will be able to handle the sorting and distribution of those. And if you would like to host a school, or in your case, even this chess project, which I think is really amazing, if they'd like to host a collection site, please reach out to me. I will put my email in the chat, and we'd love to collaborate and work towards servicing all of our students that are in economic need. As far as students with disabilities, we are continuing the work that we have been doing with this bus resolution, and it is moving into an event that we are having on February 4th to really celebrate the annual disability of Rosa Parks, and it's her anniversary. So we will have an event, and hopefully I can share that through a PSA in the Students with Disability Committee. Also want to raise that the advisory through the DOE is still accepting applications through the 15th. So if you are a parent or a stakeholder educator looking to voice for our students with disabilities throughout the city, the DOE is having a council advisory, but they're accepting applications through January 15th. And I really implore anyone that is in that work and advocacy to please apply. Thank you.
And I'm sorry to jump in. I just want to say something very quickly because someone just texted me. On the flyer, it mentions that students should bring their school ID cards. That wording was just chosen as a way to identify kids and to show what schools they came from. It's not strict. It's just a way to help place the kids and have the correct names. So I think that anything that shows what school they're from or has their name on it from the school would be sufficient. It's not meant to be exclusionary. It's meant to be just a way to help sort out who is coming and reach back out to the schools and let them know who has come. Yes.
Can I just add one thing? It's also to help identify the student so they go to the right parent or caretaker. So you need some way to identify. Yep.
Exactly. And that's also why they wanted parents to stay. They were hoping not only to get the parents involved and to help them from the community, but also to make sure that, kids go home with the correct parents and there's no liability issues there.
Okay. Thank you, Robin. Anyone else? I have one question actually for President Morgan on behalf of the Admissions and Diversity Committee. I am getting some more and more information on G&T admissions. Is that something we can post on the website somewhere?
Oh, sure. Is it from the DOE or is it from?
No, it's from a teacher, from a principal rather, who would like to be unnamed.
Okay.
But I think parents are asking, and whoever's right to know.
Yeah. So we can post it as your committee, and yeah, sure, share it. Absolutely.
Got it. Okay, that's it for my committee or our committee. Rob, sorry, Robin. Any other committee reports? Going once, twice. Okay, next agenda item: discussion of resolutions. We will start with 217A. That's you, Lupe.
I'll let council members ask any questions, have discussions, and then I will proceed afterwards if that's okay.
Yes, fine. Any council member questions or responses to comments from public speaking? Go ahead, Ben.
Just one second. Just a few questions. With 217A, at the bottom of the resolution here, there are all these CCs. Has this resolution been emailed already, or why is it on there by mistake, or I'm not sure.
It has not been sent. It's on there for future reference, who we would like to include on delivery.
All right, it's not typically in a resolution that we've had in the past. I don't know, unless maybe council.
It was in the last one, I believe. I mean, I sent it the same way. I didn't realize.
It's just a different format, so I've never seen that in a resolution before. I mean, obviously, a resolution can be emailed, but all right. There's a therefore here. Excuse me, none of the therefore. Whereas the Metro cards. I would like to strike part of this if I can make a motion to do it, because I find it a little bit disturbing to say that the only option a student has is to break the law. I realize the council voted for 10 p.m., but even at 10:01 p.m., let's say if a student's can't ride a train or subway, the only option is there's not only one option in to breaking the law. It just does.
I don't think I intended to imply that was the only option.
Well, it says here, students have very little choice but to crawl under the turnstile in order to get home.
These are experiences that families have shared with us, and that fear of having broken the law, and we put the penal code in there. But if it is, if that is going to, taking that out, I mean, it's a resolution we passed. I believe the penal code is in the resolution itself. I just drafted that sentence from our actual resolution that we passed. I have no problem striking that from the whereas.
Okay.
If that's gonna get it passed.
And
But again, that wording was from a resolution we passed.
I know, it just to me, in order to vote on it, I don't like the idea of saying to someone that you only have one option and breaking the law. So I'd like to strike that. And the and amongst the therefores, it's the one that bothers me is because it's not really meant for our community council. It's meant more for PEP. I mean, we could have Naveed here to discuss it, since he's the next representative. Is that therefore be it resolved that it's the first one that we ask the DOE to prioritize expanding nice bus. That's a contract the negotiation, and like we discussed last time, and that's why I if I can finish, please. And that's why I didn't I abstained last time. There's a lot of good stuff in here, but to me, a PEP negotiation, a PEP contract, that's for PEP. I mean, a negotiation, a contract, that's for PEP to decide and review. I really know nothing about them. The only thing that I know about them is what you've presented here. I don't know the other companies, and I find it, for me, it's very difficult for me to pick a winner or a loser here. Had we had members of these other bus companies and Nice Bus discuss and come to our meetings, maybe that would be another way. But then that's a delay here. I just feel very comfortable with this one. Therefore, and if you're okay with it, I would like to make a motion to remove it.
Parliamentary.
Can we continue discussing and
I haven't made the
such
motion yet.
before? Right. I was asking if you would withhold from making that motion, at least before all council members get a chance to discuss, and then I can respond to you as well.
I'll allow the response as a point of order. When we get to that point, I'd also ask our parliamentarian. I think you don't have to make a motion. You just make a request for an amendment. But
yeah, you don't need to make a motion. You need to have a motion to approve a proposed amendment.
Correct. That's what I was going to do.
Right.
So I think you just ask Lupe if she's willing to change it, and then we vote on it, whether or not we accept that amendment. But
or you make a motion to approve the resolution as amended.
Right. Well, two. You make a
to amend the
You make a motion
also,
to
and then finally to approve the correct.
Anyway, so Lupe, to answer your question, though, I'll allow that you can address all of them at once. Chen, go ahead.
Hi, I agree with President Morden's comments on both the going under the turnstile thing. We may not have caught it before, but I think we can maybe tighten that up to not assume that people will resort to, breaking a law as the first resort. The other one is the whereas. I don't think we should strike it. I would support changing it to not prescribe the winner, but to identify the need for expanded bus services, period, and call on the DOE to find the most efficient, the most effective, the most cost-efficient, and best quality, provider or providers to support the needs of our students. We don't need to go into selecting the winners and losers. We should just say we have a need and we want high-quality, accountable services that are monitored, and contracts can be suspended if they don't perform up to a certain service level. And that's really what it is about. It's lack of accountability, lack of capacity, wasteful spending on things that really are not serving our needs. So we should call for that. Thank you. And I would support it. Thank you.
Robin?
Thank you. Along the lines of what Chen was just saying, it's hard I know nothing about any of these bus companies. So without seeing a balance sheet, it's hard to say that we want the DOE to go with a certain company. I don't feel like it's in our purview to discuss contracts or compare or make a recommendation about a certain company. about which we know nothing. I don't know how they operate. I don't know, you know, how cost effective anything is. I just don't think that's our responsibility. I mean, I encourage you to reach out to Naveed. I don't know if he's still on here, but maybe you can bring that to PEP at the next meeting. But I just don't know if it's something that we should be discussing. I do think we could say I mean, clearly we need improvements in busing. You know, I have 3 kids who've been taking the bus since they were in kindergarten. And I've experienced everything on the list, from delays. I've never had a child lost, but breakdowns, you name it. So I also wanted to mention there was a part about prioritizing children or students who have special behavioral needs. I'd like to see that like more encompassing, because I think most bus routes are overcrowded. I know my kids have sat 3 to a seat many days. That's including my 4th and 5th graders. So I don't think it should just be certain groups that are prioritized. I'd like to see that expanded to all students who ride buses. And I'd also like to know, you mentioned the pilot program for sub-paras. I'd like to know costs there. I guess what I'd like to know more about is the finances involved in this resolution, since, money is an important subject and doesn't come out of thin air. I'd like to know what we're talking about here. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Any other council members? I have a comment as well. I'll throw it in there.
Len had his hand up. So.
Yeah, I just had a I had a question for Lupe. So are we willing to make the suggestions that Ben made about the language, just voluntarily? Is that something that you could live with, or?
I was going to say, can I first respond and explain a little bit, and then if with further discussion, if that's still needed or wanted, I'm definitely willing to consider.
Thanks.
Well, let me go, and then perhaps maybe your turn. I'll tag on to a little bit what Jen and Robin said. I kind of agree. I don't like picking a winner because I don't know the NYCS bus is better than all the others. I actually don't have a problem with discussing contract negotiations, but do think that is a PEP purview. I don't necessarily have a problem going there. We've made all sorts of recommendations from the DOE all the way up to the state. So I don't think that part's unusual. However, if we're talking about negotiations, if we're talking about a certain company, then yeah, I do want to see more information on how that company is done, because I don't know that they're a winner. I don't know that if picking people that are formerly from OPT is a good thing or bad thing. If we say that OPT experiences are bad, which has been my experience when my kid used to take a bus several years ago, yeah, I don't know if that's a good thing. Are the right people from OPT leaving that started this company, or the people that couldn't hack it at OPT starting this company, which would be even worse? So I kind of, again, if we're gonna keep it, we can go one of 2 routes, which I think we've done with resolutions. Either be very general and make some general recommendations to the DOE, and then I would advocate not picking a specific winner, and increasing contracts for those who are more efficient, and decreasing contracts or even eliminating contracts for those who are not. Or if we're going to pick a winner, then I would need to see much more info of the different aspects, which I'm not opposed to doing, but then that does venture into territory that we don't normally do. So those are my comments. Any other council members who haven't gone? I think Janie perhaps has not, as well as others. Although, sorry, Janie's one of the co-sponsors. I don't see any other council members. Go ahead and respond if you like.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much. And I do realize that for many of the public, as well as many of my council members, aside from maybe even having busing issues, if you are not in this advocacy work, and I work with Naveed actually in that. He's been at many rallies with us with PIS, and he continues that work with us. So he's very much aware. But this resolution is actually, I said this last month, this was passed at Citywide Council for Special Education. And D75 is looking to pass something similar, because through the Citywide Councils of Special Education and D75, we've created a citywide committee, busing committee. A lot of families that you hear in these meetings are open to the public. I implore any family out there that is having busing issues. These are taking place at least 3 times a month, because there are families today that still do not have a bus route. These issues are decades long. Some families, they have been having these issues that you mentioned here on as council members for the past 20 years. And they are contract issues. You're right. And that's how I first went to the PEP. And that's when I first started talking at Panel for Education Policy, because I was speaking about the busing contracts that are the vendors are bidding without employee protection provisions. And they're getting $80 billion contracts that have been passing year after year after year. And the services are not being rendered. We have kids that are not being picked up from school. You have school buses that have no air conditioning. The seatbelts are broken. The car seats are expired. It is really disheartening to hear some of the conditions of these buses, and these are servicing some of our most vulnerable populations. D2 is very much aware of the 3,500 students that we lost from family shelters closing down because OPT didn't communicate with DHS to be able to provide the transportation that they were entitled to come back to school after Christmas break. We're aware of these things. A lot of it derives from the contracts that are not at the best interest of our kids, and there's zero oversight of them. So CEC, we can hold the DOE accountable, yet there's no one to hold OPT accountable. So as parents, we've come together and we've been working. There was a pilot program that got approved to have parents be trained as sub-paras, because paras in both in school and on the buses, there've been a shortage. Again, wages, the quality of pay to be able to live is very challenging. And so it's not for some people that come into that work, they don't always stay. It's not sustainable. And all we're asking is for a better look at how we're servicing these kids, because they continue to pass these contracts. I am all for saying, hey, we should not be, and I've said it at the PEP, why are we renewing contracts for services that weren't rendered for the past year and a half? VIA is a great example of that. We were supposed to have GPS services. It was promised to our busing families back in 2019. It's 2023, and they just renewed another contract for them. And they never provided the services they were supposed to. We're on the same side here. And Nice Bus, I can imagine, it's not a winner or loser. Nice Bus is something derivative of the DOE to try to offset, because they listen to parents saying this is not working. And there are people that came from OPT. They took people from OPT to do this pilot program to service a bus company that was not for profit, meaning this was not about the wages or the expenses occurred. It was really about the quality service to get our kids to school. And I will say that I actually amended this sentence from the resolution that I presented last month. The original, because it was something that you guys all had a big problem with, and I understood. So I said, okay, not give them the entire 150,000 students and all routes available. That is, extreme. To expanding them.
just expanding what they're doing and using them as a model for the rest of the companies to do what they're doing. They're communicating with the parents in the languages that are available to them. They're talking to parents that if those that ride buses know about the winter pick that's coming up. And they worked with us and created social stories and a video that's going to be translated with ASL interpreters to explain to families why their bus route's going to change, why their bus driver will change, why their attendant will change. These little things that we've been begging for years, some decades, and these little things that he's really come, the NICE bus has come together to work with D75 CEC, citywide council, our busing committee, special education citywide. He comes to CPAC. They are working with us as they're working with the parent coordinators and the transportation liaisons at the schools and the principals they are working with us, and they are listening, and they are giving the feedback from what the families that are saying. And not to say that NICE buses are not late. I'm not saying that at all. But they took what VIA couldn't do and implemented it on their own accord. And then when we asked, they were able to do it on their own. They did it, and it was more cost efficient, as a matter of fact. And we offered what NICE bus did for the families when it comes to the winter pick. We offered it to all the OPT contracted vendors as well. Did they respond? We're going to offer the services that we've been advocating for families, because a lot of the work that's being done is being done by families doing this work, and we're helping. And through the busing committee, we can execute and get OPT expedited complaints for families that are in that space and that we are aware about. But do you know how many families, again, don't have the time to come to these meetings, not just our meeting, but all of these meetings? I am the voice for the voiceless. I'm here to try to make change for those that cannot get that expedient complaint expedited for them to get their particular individual busing issue resolved, because they are working with us. We are working with OPT. We're working, and this administration is doing what they can. This is a resolution that will address decade-long issues, and I did provide historical links. And there's a lot in there. There's a lot of busing reports that talks about the current system and the current contracts and how that has serviced our kids, and how that money being spent should be looked at better. There's an audit request in here from our community boards. And I will strip whatever you feel needs to be stripped to show some solidarity, and that we can do some work in this council that will really affect not just our district, but our borough, as well as all students taking transportation citywide, including those on Metro cards.
Okay. I wanted to interrupt you. It was an important topic, but yeah, that was fairly long. But if you keep responses to next time to 5 minutes, that'd be great. For me, I don't, and I think Chen is on the same page here. I don't like picking a winner or loser. I don't like naming it NYCS bus specifically. I'm all for a general language that increases routes to those who provide good service, and decreasing route or even pulling contracts for those who do not, which I think accomplishes a goal that you want, as well as serving our kids. That's my request for admission. So I guess I have a problem with the first, therefore be it resolved. And Ben had made a specific request, which I didn't hear you address. Well, other than you did say you'd make changes to whatever's required, but I think he did ask for something specific. So if we, in the interest of focusing our efforts, I've made a request for the first, therefore, and Ben, maybe if you could repeat it quickly and they respond. If we could be mindful of time. A quick question on timer, Charnel, is it working? Or I know we had trouble when the meetings pass a certain time.
It's still on.
Okay. Yeah. Ben, ask your question quickly, and if we can limit this response to 3 minutes, maybe.
Janie has she's a co-sponsor, so and her hand is raised.
Go ahead.
Well, my question is, so people don't like the specific reference to nice bus. So if we include a parenthetical that says prioritizing expanding nice bus or any other effective entity, does that work? Because I get Lupe's point is that she has been, you know, of all of these entities, this is the one that has stepped up to do a better job. Not saying that's the best job, but you know, it's all relative. But I think from the committee's perspective, you know, we don't want to hold ourselves to a low bar. So maybe the way to say it is, okay, NICE is the best so far, but you know, we don't want to tie ourselves to that, but we also don't want to, we also want to give them some credit, the fact that they stepped up. So that's kind of the first thing that I just want to throw out there. The other thing is with the MetroCard thing, I think if we just wordsmith it and take out, it leaves students with limited options to get home. Because the reality is, my kids, when the MetroCard expires, they jump the turnstile. The guards are standing there. They know that they're kids. They're not going to stop them. I have never once seen, when my kids are with me and we go through this turnstile together, I've gotten stopped and the person looks at my kids like, oh, it's a kid, it's fine. So I do get it, but you know, let's, would that, you know, work for people? So I just throw that out there.
I'll respond quickly. For me, if you, I think if you prioritize expanding companies that have whatever delivered on X, Y, and Z, and maybe in a separate, therefore NYCS bus has performed some of these goals. Does potentially work for me, but Chen had an objection to it as well. I'll ask him. We'll leave it to him. And Ben has his hand raised, so I'll let him go next.
JD, I agree with your wordsmithing of the subway. If we just take out that one little part, but with respect to a company, you know, if they go through a growth phase, and we just heard from Councilmember Hernandez that she's not attesting that they've never been late, you know, but you know, if all of a sudden they're growing and they're late a lot, then we have all these parents then sending us emails. Why did you get my child on this bus? They're late, or you know, there are issues. So I'm a little uncomfortable picking a winner or loser here. You know, let PEP, that's their role. Let the DOE decide, you know, or OPT, you know, which companies are effective. I mean, that's what they do. You know, and hopefully advocates are advocating in those areas. But as a council, I don't believe we've done that in the past few years. I may be wrong, but you know, I would feel a little more comfortable. Obviously, if they're doing well, they should be given more work. But you know, it's not. But it's. I would be voting out of no information aside from what we just heard today.
Robin?
Just, you know, so Lupe, you had some, you know, strong words about how great they are, but to me, that's allegory. And I'd like to see that data in, I'm sorry, what?
She's saying the data's in there, but
it's in the resolution, yes, between the city council hearing, the community board, as well as Appleseed, and it's there.
I saw the post, I saw the chalk beat, but what I'm saying, you said, trust me, they're great. Like they've, you know, they're better than everyone else, but that's hard to put into a resolution.
I think it's not about, can I respond as far as, it's not about a winner or loser. What differentiates them?
Question? Yeah.
Okay.
Because what we're being asked here is to pass this with as a council. And we can't say, well, you know, Lupe said, trust us, they're great, because that doesn't hold up when it comes to to showing why we said that, Ben just mentioned growth, how companies change in times of growth. When I think what they have, I think you said 10% right now of students are being transported using Nice Bus. So we're talking about a huge shift. So we have no idea how that's going to go when they expand 10 times what they are right now. So for us to say, trust us, this would be great. It's kind of like on air. Doesn't really hold any real value. So I don't know how you'd write that into a resolution in any real formula, especially without seeing balance sheets. So I guess that's my main issue.
Chen, and then after that, I would really like to wrap this up.
I'm
concrete changes,
so,
and let's move on to the next resolution and vote.
Yeah, I insist that we don't single out single companies. The DOE should go through their procurement, and if Nice Company is a good one, they'll come up, and they'll pick them. That's not to say they won't be the one, but we cannot be seen as endorsing a company on a resolution. We know nothing about them, and there's also all kinds of stuff about financial benefits that we don't know about, and so we shouldn't be saying anything about who it is. Let the professionals who evaluate vendors for the DOE, however flawed they may be, that we think there should be a process that's transparent and discoverable and fair, and under fiduciary duty to seek the best solution at the right price, best service for our students with enough capacity. That's all. And so in spirit, I support your resolution, but I'm not going to support picking a winner. Thank you.
Okay. Therefore, be it resolved, I make a motion to amend the first, therefore be it resolved that we ask the DOE to prioritize expanding quality service busing from, and that's it. And in order to service more or for all 150,000 students eligible for transportation to have a quality bus ride.
Point of order, is there somebody that could physically make that proposed change so we can see what it looks like?
Yeah, I was going to suggest the following. Make your suggestions broadly here, Lupe. But what we've done in the past, yes. But what we've done in the past is I'll give you to the end of the presentation of the two resolutions. If you have the document, share the document, and we usually highlight in blue or some of the color what the actual change is, and we usually approve the change that way. So you make one suggested change if you want to briefly.
As well as, yeah, and the other whereas leaving families with no other way to get home, I think it was, and we leave out the rest.
I think there's no other options is what Janie said.
No other options. Correct.
Okay. So between the next two resolutions, if you can work in the Google Doc and show that in blue or whatever, pick a color of your choice. Actually, probably not blue, purple. I think we've used in the past. Go for it, and then
I don't have access to that, so that's why I was saying it right now. If we can amend it, and I could send it in an email, I guess, but
you don't have it as a Google Doc.
I don't have access to be able to do that.
Okay.
While I'm in this meeting.
Hold on. Bear with me.
Can we have it in the chat?
Hold on. I'll take care of this. Give me 1 second. I'm going to share my screen, and I'll give you something that you can edit. Bear with me.
I also want to fix one typo in there, if you don't mind. And a whereas, I have an extra S in one of my buses, and that aggravated me when I saw that. It's in whereas during chapter 683, a federal funded program that pays special education schools to provide year-round instruction for New York City District 75. I accidentally put an extra bus or S in that buses.
I will, here's what I'm doing. I am opening up the document in the Google Docs. I will share it with you, the other co-sponsors. I'll do it and share it with Ben as president as well, just for redundancy, and you can amend it as we discuss the next two resolutions, which is typically what we've done in the past. While we do that, I'm going to move on to resolution 219. Any comments? No, no council members? Oh, Ben. You're muted.
Yeah, just again on resolution 219, I just want to make it clear to all the members of the community that the passing of this resolution, should it pass, just like the passing of the last resolution of no confidence, does not mean that Superintendent McGuire is losing his job or is not going to be the superintendent of this district. That's not what this resolution calls for. We don't have that ability or authority to do that as a CEC. In fact, our authority is really limited primarily to zoning. What we can do is what we're doing here. And this is the process of advocating on behalf of parents who feel that they are not being represented, that their voices weren't heard in terms of this process. And that's why this is the option that we have. And this is the only thing that we can do. And I can assure you, as I said before, that what's going to happen is come March, when upwards of 18, possibly even more % of our district, when those parents find that they're not in a school or one of their top 3 or top 12, or they're not in any of their top 12 choices that they chose for middle school admission, people are going to go crazy, as they always do. So again, this is not a resolution that is seeking to remove Superintendent McGuire. It is asking for a compromise. We're very reasonable here on the CEC. We want a plan. We've asked for a plan that acknowledges that there are, I believe, a majority of parents and students in this district, but that there are voices certainly that would like some sort of screened option for District 2, and that, again, that was not, those parents were not given, those voices were not listened to. I also just want to say that in terms of the last time we debated this, you did have parents speak in support of Superintendent McGuire. I want to make an important distinction. That was not a feedback session on whether or not we're going to have middle school screened admissions. We had those sessions before. They were well attended, and there was overwhelming support for screened options in our district. So I think that's important as well to be noted. So we're doing the best we can as a CEC. I really find it offensive when people question our legitimacy and say that we don't represent parents. We're doing the best we can. We were all elected. Those of us that weren't appointed, but we were elected. And this is how we try to speak up for the parents in our district. And that's what we're doing right now. We're not asking for that much, but what we are asking is that somebody does follow the procedures that were outlined by the chancellors, and that specifically Superintendent McGuire actually gives voice and options to our parents. We just want options, and we want options for our students. And that hasn't been done here, and the process has not been followed. And I think that's wrong. And I think that we have to do better. And it's up to us really to advocate for the parents in this district. And we're advocating for all parents, by the way. It's not just about, screen schools aren't just about the highest achieving students. It's also about students with special needs, with IEPs. Again, finding the right school, the right fit for a student. That's what's important here. And that's not done in a lottery. It's just not done. Reducing students' numbers, doesn't make any sense. Thank you.
I'm going to address two things. I would still like to start using the timer. I don't think that was 3 minutes for Len. And I see Elizabeth. This session is typically just for council members. There is a second public speaking session, which there is someone just put in a link. Chanel just put in a link in the chat. Please sign up for that. And you're free to speak. It shouldn't be too long. And so I'm going to lower your hand and direct you there to sign up. Robin, you're up next, but if Chanel could use the timer first, please. Thank you. Go.
This will be very quick. I just want to, this is not, I'm not a co-sponsor of this resolution, but I do want to point out something that stands out in this resolution and that really is important to me. The fact that Kelly McGuire held a session with the Asian community in Chinatown the night before putting out his recommendation, and almost unanimously, the voices were that they wanted screen schools. They wanted the options of having screens. The fact that that was ignored and the fact that that was for show really bothers me. My kids go to a school that has a large percentage of Asian families, and I think it sends a really disgusting message that we're not including those families and that we pretended to have an engagement session that really wasn't for the purpose of engaging and listening to and providing feedback and answers to what the families wanted. Thank you.
Okay. Robin Broshi.
Yeah, I guess the thing I'm wondering, and it's framed in a question, but no, it's sort of rhetorical. But if someone wants to respond to it, they can. Is a resolution very similar to this passed already? It went to the chancellor. It even got written up in the Post, I think. So the position that the council has taken is that Kelly didn't do what his boss told him to do, and you detailed all the ways in which you thought he didn't meet the description of the expectations. And we know that the chancellor knows about that now. So I guess I'm wondering, why are we blaming Kelly again? Like, isn't it now time to write a different resolution that says, like, Chancellor Banks has gone back on his own word and he and his staff approved this plan, and even now they know all this information about how Kelly did all these things wrong, and they still are allowing the plan to stay. So I guess I would wonder, like, isn't it time to escalate this issue and not keep blaming Kelly for it?
If I can just answer that really quickly. One of the specific whereas clauses or resolve clauses in this, it makes it clear that the middle school admissions process and the plan that was ultimately implemented in this district, that plan rests solely with Superintendent McGuire. I understand what you're saying, that the chancellor gave an option to district superintendents to come up with their own plans and their own decisions.
And he
of course,
approved
based
it.
on.
So let's go after the chancellor
let me just finish
for not listening to the families in District 2.
Robin, let me just
You guys write it, I'll sponsor it.
Can I finish, Robin? To follow a procedure of parent engagement and district parent leadership engagement in coming up with that plan. Ultimately, the plan and the effects of that plan and where a student in District 2 ends up in a middle school, that is solely on Superintendent McGuire. Doesn't rest with, now we know the DOE likes to pass the buck. That's what they love to do that. They don't want, they'll use we already know for a fact they will use COVID any way they can. They will use any crisis that we've heard that. We even heard the last chancellor say, don't waste a crisis or to paraphrase something like that. So, districts are given certain autonomy. And in this case, the superintendent was given certain autonomy. The reason we come back and we made this resolution in the first place, because he had the ability, still has, I think, the ability to come up with a meaningful plan, to change a plan. And that's why you can blame it on the chancellor, but ultimately it's Superintendent McGuire's responsibility where students are going to end up in this district.
I'm going to pause. Chanel, was the timer for Robin or Len? Or did it get
They were both speaking in it, yeah.
I was done.
I'll let you finish
Okay.
though. Okay.
I kind of take issue with my being characterized as mommy in the chat. I take that as a personal attack, and I expect this person to get a warning.
I don't know if that's directed.
And any attempt to play dumb and say that that's not what that is like very intellectually dishonest.
I'm running a meeting. I'll address it in a minute.
Okay, let me just say, as the parliamentarian, There were rules that were set up beforehand, so I would agree with Robin to the extent that someone is monitoring the chat. If those people want to comment on that, can you please address that? Something's been brought to the council's attention.
Okay,
let me-
Jennifer
let me-
Ramsey.
Apparently, actually, I made a mistake. Oh, I see what happened there. She's attacking, it's still inappropriate. It wasn't targeted.
Definitely
This
inappropriate.
is
Jennifer
absolutely
Ramsey, this is your second
inappropriate.
warning or first warning. We
Wow.
can't speak like that in the chat. So if anything else comes out like that, we're going to have to kick you out.
Actually, it's supposed to be cooling off period, but I'm gonna make it a first warning because as we're discussing it, a first warning has been issued to Jennifer Ramsey.
Oh, not the second one?
I don't know what to tell you. It happened as we're doing it.
Well, she used it twice in the chat.
Two
I
warnings.
think she was clarifying your original question. I agree. The first is
Oh, come
inappropriate.
on, Kashuk.
Well, it would be different if
Exercise
it's
some-
not
I
the
mean,
only
this is
time
so
that I get
undecorous.
disparaged in the
Okay.
chat and no one says anything. And I just find it odd that I have to be the one to moderate the chat when it comes to things being said about me. I do it equally for everybody, but I don't feel comfortable being the person saying it when it's about me.
Great.
And for the past
I've
three
issued a warning.
meetings, the community has had to ask for someone to monitor the chat. And I understand our secretary has got a lot on her plate these days. Maybe we should revisit who moderates the chat at this point.
Okay,
that
stop.
could be
Point
done.
Point of order, please stop. We're not going into all these different issues. I issued a warning. You can disagree with it all you want. That's what was done. She was clarifying your original question. I agree it's all inappropriate. She got the warning. Okay, we're gonna move on. And we're not talking about past stuff. I didn't run those meetings. I'm running this meeting, and that's what we're dealing with. Okay, Janie.
Sorry, I'm trying to get the 217A in Word. My only question on the resolution 219 is what happened to the discussion with Asian families? Where is the video? Thank you.
Any other council members?
Yeah, we need to answer people about this. Parents want to know, and they deserve an answer. PS33 wants to know.
May I just point out one thing? I think, pull it up if I want to be accurate, but the first time this council brought the resolution of a vote of no confidence, the first speaking session, we had 23 speakers in support of Superintendent Kelly McGuire and the middle school admissions, and they opposed Resolution 215. You had 8 people that spoke in support of the vote of no confidence for Resolution 215. You had 2 speakers that were very much for screens and were very upset with the middle school admissions, did not support the middle school admissions plan, but they do like Kelly McGuire and did not agree with the vote of no confidence. And then you had about 7 more speakers that did not mention the resolution at all. And 1 speaker from a president of a CEC from another district. The majority of speakers that night and on March 9th were actually in support of our superintendent, Kelly McGuire, and they disagreed with the first vote of no confidence. And I just think that I think it's a waste of our community's time and all of our efforts that we could be doing to really bettering education for all. So I really think that, I've heard a couple council members say that we would be mad if it was the other way, and we've gone through that already. And I will always say that again, we've been through that, we've moved on. you know, we didn't agree with G&T being expanded. You don't see us every month after month addressing the fact that G&T was expanded at some point. We moved on. We moved on to other issues that that our students need. And so I would really love for us to listen to our community. And again, remember the 10 resolutions that were brought forth. We had a lot of engagement, more than any other council. And even when we did hear from a majority of one side versus the other, I just gave you examples because you guys have given us examples of numbers in the past. It doesn't matter because we represent a whole district and not every person is an opportunity to say how they feel. But the engagement was there. They followed what the chancellor asked, and the chancellor has responded to all of our resolution, or if not the chancellor, First Deputy Chancellor Dan Weisenberg sent us all responses to all of those resolutions, including the vote of no confidence, where he clearly says that they support. And there is a big, large part of our community that does support him and agrees with what the policy that he is putting in place for our district. So even I feel disingenuous that the resolution you passed before and this one similarly stating that he's not engaging with you when he clearly is, but you're not listening to the community that is speaking specifically about this resolution and resolution 215, because the majority of the community came out against that resolution, but you passed it anyway. Same may happen tonight. Who knows? Thank you.
Hold on, I can interrupt for a procedural issue. Bear with me. Lupe and Len, please weigh in as parliamentarian. I have not been able to open that doc in Google Docs. I'll share my screen to show you. Having trouble doing that. Bear with me. I have not been able to open this in Google Docs. Len, what do we do?
No puedo abrir ese documento de Google.
Len, what do we do in this situation?
I would almost feel like
in the past it's been the onus of the sponsors to present the document with the changes, correct?
Correct. My only concern is that verbally, I'm not sure that number one, we've memorialized what those changes are accurately, despite the fact there's a recording here. But we're voting on a resolution and we need to see it, not hear it.
I put it in the chat. I put it in the chat exactly the way I said it. I did ask for our AA. I didn't create the Google Doc. So I sent something to our AA and the president created. I don't have access to this. I don't have access to Google Docs period at this point, but it's been sent via chat and I can email exactly these changes and you guys can see in the chat, view, approve, and we can adjust the document as needed, but I don't have access. I wasn't the originator of the doc as it's with all the CECD2 header and whatnot.
All I know I would say there's no, that absolutely defies precedent. We've always done it in adding the doc, and I do think there is an onus on the sponsors to present the original.
I mean, I think even
okay, this is Janie. I converted the PDF to a doc. Okay, so let me just work offline with Lupe to make sure I get the changes, and then we'll come back to you. Okay.
Okay, but I wanted to respond to the last comment.
Okay, go ahead.
If I may. So it's interesting you talk about listening to community, and you cited a lot of you cited the numbers specifically at our last session. Again, what I had mentioned just a few minutes ago was the vote of no confidence was not the engagement sessions on middle school admissions plan for District 2. We had multiple sessions, including a session for the Asian community that Rob McKelleher, Councilmember Kelleher, just referenced as well, where we're looking for a video. That was an engagement session. These are engagement sessions that were done before the plan was released. I also think in response to your comments, I just want to add, it's quite clear that when we had the vote of first no vote of confidence, that a large number of the speakers seemed to be under the impression that Superintendent McGuire was going to lose his job, or in fact be removed as the superintendent of District 2, when they spoke. That's certainly the impression that I got. I'm not saying it was a universal impression, but certainly there were numbers of speakers that I heard that were under that impression, that the vote of no confidence meant, and I think the point was being missed, that this is not about Superintendent McGuire's entire performance or his confidence in him running the district. This is about specifically no confidence in his formulation of an admissions plan for this district. And I think that's an important distinction to make. I think if you want to talk about community engagement, and by the way, I just want to also say that, you had, I've seen behind the scenes, you had the opposition organized, there was UFT organization behind that. It was quite interesting. There were people who spoke, who presumably are employees of the district, who might even be reviewed by Superintendent McGuire, conflicts of interest, whatever. The point is that we had our admissions plan sessions, the community spoke, and if you want to talk about listening to parents, it clearly wasn't done in this case. So I beg to differ. And I'm tired of always falling back on the same line that there's all these parents that don't get to speak, that we don't know what the silent majority, to insinuate that there's people that don't have computers and people are working and that nobody can get here, and there's all these people behind the scenes, and that may well to some extent be true, but the reality is we are here to represent those parents, and the parents that did speak spoke overwhelmingly in support of screened options for District 2. So to say that to say all of a sudden in this case, just as I heard it said before, by the way, when we were talking about equity with the prior council, that there's to minimize the views on either side, to say that there's people who just can't come to meetings, or we don't really know how the district feels, that's really disingenuous. We heard people speak. That was the purpose of the engagement sessions, so we could hear them. And they spoke and nobody was listened to. Nobody was listened to. That's why we're here. We advocate as members of the Community Education Council. We do this resolution because it's the only thing we can do. And I promise you, we're going to do it again and again and again, no matter how long it takes, because every member of this district should know that the responsibility lies with Superintendent McGuire. I like Superintendent McGuire. It's nothing personal. But on this issue, what happened was just wrong. It was wrong. It wasn't right. It was a complete disregard of the voices of our community. And I'm going to stand up for those people, and I'm going to represent them and speak for them. And that doesn't mean to the exclusion of people who don't want screen, but let's come up with some sort of compromise. Let's find a solution that works for everybody. Let's just not have our thoughts on equity and say, okay, that means we can't have any screening options, or for whatever reason, whatever biases people may have. Let's not just throw it out the window. So that's why I'm here tonight. That's why we're doing this vote of no confidence again. And that's why when you talk about people not listening to members of the community, we've seen that, and that's why you have Resolution 219.
Janie, is there a hand up from before, or?
Yeah, Janie's ready to share the screen.
Let's wait. Let's finish the 219 and then actually, I would like to finish 219 and 220, and then we can present, because I think we've already discussed it. We just need to see it to add it for to vote on it as an amendment. Okay. I'll also, any other comment to 219? Because I have one to close, and then I'd like to move on. Anyone else? I want to make, so I'm going to share my screen again, because I'd like to make one minor change. And it regards something I want to discuss anyway. I am just going to change this NICEP here to be a clickable link to the NICEP program that's actually on District 2 website, hosted by Kelly and those who work for him. And you saw, and I'm going to speak to the NICEP, which was, I think, one of the parents asked for as well, to explain a little bit more about that. And basically, if you go to the website, which I'm going to put in the link, there was a huge engagement process in 2020, and the NICEP was signed up for, and you can read a little more about NICEP here. Perhaps if there's missing anything, I can post it as public documents on our District 2 CEC website. But basically, it was a long process that began in October 20. We were awarded money, and it was awarded specific. I'm going to read the whereases. Was awarded $3.2 million by the New York State Department of Education as a result of many years' work and involvement of D2 stakeholders, including parents who attended numerous engagement sessions, parent leaders, principals, administrators, UFT, CSA, and D37 labor partners. The stakeholders designed an innovative plan to increase access to rigorous academic plans and the equitable provision of opportunities according to a weighted formula that considers students' academic strengths and needs, as well as overlapping hardships faced by children, which I think many people who talk about equity do talk about frequently. District 2's NICE proposal received extremely positive feedback and exceeds expectations. 5 out of 5 scores for the implementation team's expertise, as well as the clear and precise rationale. And that wasn't just the then superintendent or the deputy superintendent. It was all the people that we just discussed. Preserving screens missions was additionally cited as an essential component of D2's significant middle school academic success. Furthermore, the other whereas that was added, we submit that Superintendent McGuire's plan is in violation of this plan by blocking implementation and fulfillment of the grant as submitted and approving and refusing to reestablish screened middle school admissions in D2, which he did have the opportunity to do this year. Yes, it was under suspense during that time, but this is a new period. He had a chance to do it. He had a chance to do it in coordination with what a large percentage of the community, I would say the majority, the document details what happened in all the different sessions, actually supported. And we submit that Superintendent McGuire lacks the authority to unilaterally allocate NICEP funds instead of to professional development. His actions jeopardize the future NICEP payment left and expose our district to potential clawbacks. That happened. That did happen. It is something he could have prevented with a plan that actually followed what majority of the feedback sessions said. And again, to echo what Len had said, those suggestions did not include eliminating screens, implementing screens unilaterally. It actually offered a mix of screens and schools with accelerated education and schools that were completely lottery. So I will end with that, and I also do echo Janie's point as well on and Robin's point on the Asian families. It is appalling that that engagement was done. It's here. It says near unanimous. By my count and Chen's count, it was actually unanimous. There are the screens, and there is no video of this, even though Kelly specifically mentioned in our council that this was an important engagement to him. And I think had this happened to another segment of the population, there would be an uproar. But when it happens, we've talked about this before. When it happens to the Asian community, it's okay, because what's not said is there are too many Asians in these programs. And that's okay. It's okay to reduce that number. So I'll stop sharing. Any other comments on this resolution? I'll entertain. Otherwise, let's move on to 220. And Elizabeth, to answer your question, yes, we have one more resolution to discuss, and then it's parent speaking session. Okay, going once, twice, 3 times. Resolution 220. Anyone? Any council members? Ben, do you have anything to say?
No.
Okay. Then back to 217. Lupe or Janie on the floor.
Yes. Okay. Can I let me share screen. Hold on. 1 second.
Chen has his hand raised. I don't know if that was from before.
I'm gonna let Janie and Lupe continue, and then.
Okay, share screen. Okay. Can you see the document?
Yes.
Okay. All right, let me go to the top. Sorry, it lost its format a bit, but Okay, so I struck out what was there. I put in what Lupe put in the chat. It's, I think this might have been the one where there was a typo. Going further down, I took out crawling under the turnstile, options to get home. So that's the wordsmithing part. And then I struck the original, therefore be resolved with the nice bus to the new one, which is highlighted. Lupe, did I miss any changes? Or anybody else, did I miss any changes?
Thank you very much for doing that, Janie. I really appreciate that. And
Just had a part that I brought up earlier at the end there. We've never had that as part of a resolution. Is that something that the council
you could
wants
take
going
that off.
forward? Yeah.
You could take that off as long as we include it in the email if it passes to those people. If you don't mind.
Face sends it as an email, but
right.
As a sponsor, you can send it wherever, you know, if it passes. That's
Yeah, I concur with the president. Once it passes, you really have no restrictions on who you can send it to.
yeah, so you could send it to that entire group, but it's never been.
That is the goal. That is the goal. And my apologies for I did not know it was against policy or procedures.
Yeah.
Those are the key stakeholders that we wanted to see the resolution. So
As all resolutions should be sent to key stakeholders, and I think that's great. But I don't know who Face sends it to.
It was
we're getting responses like we've never had before. So
we were asking to CC. I think I have seen some of your resolutions where you asked specific people that you would like to address the issue. Those were the
in the resolution itself, not as a. I'm talking about the format, not in the end there.
Understandable. Thank you.
All right, so I took it out.
I motion to adopt the amendments as written for resolution 217A.
I second.
Len, I don't have an issue with the West doing it, but Len, is the proper procedure?
So you need to vote on need to vote to amend to approve the amendments.
That's what I just motioned.
Yeah. Okay.
To approve the amendments as written for resolution 217A.
And I second.
That's what I said.
Okay.
That's what I said.
Okay. It was seconded.
Okay. I did.
Great. Robin, you there?
Me?
Yes. We have to.
No, I think you meant
Robin Kelleher.
Robin Kelleher.
Robin Keller, yes.
Let me, hold on. I'm in bed with my.
Vote to approve the changes.
And where's my sheet? Okay. All right, let me do a roll call vote.
I'll start off the process because I know Robin Broshi is first. Robin Broshi?
Robin Broshi? Yes.
I'm a yes.
Daniela, she's still absent. Lupe?
Yes.
Robin Kelleher, yes. Chen Kwok?
Chen?
Yes. Yes.
Ben Morden?
Yes.
Len Silverman?
Yes.
Lim Fong Sim?
Yes.
Lily? Liwa?
Spencer, get.
Lily, are you a yes? She's nodding. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Spencer?
Yes.
Thank you. So it passes unanimously, minus Daniela, so.
For the record, Spencer's we recorded as a separate vote. It doesn't count towards the tally, but we do record it.
Yep.
Okay, great. Chen, I see your hand is up from before. Is that from before, or is there something you want to add?
Yeah, I guess I'll just state it quickly about, is that 220? Resolution 220?
Not there yet. Oh, sorry, we did discuss it. Go ahead, fine.
Yeah, so my initial reaction for the resolution is that, I see the point about improving academics and having teachers, effective teachers, transfer in temporarily. to help teach. And I think that's a great sentiment. I think, but I think it's a Band-Aid solution. I'll support the resolution, but what we really need is just overall reform on how we, reward and promote effective teaching overall. Right now, the whole system is based on tenure and not by effectiveness or some kind of measure that is with accountability for how the students actually are improving and developing. So we give a lot of tenure to and power to teachers with many years of experience, but it's not necessarily because they're effective teachers. And meanwhile, younger, more effective teachers with less experience, who might be better teachers, are discouraged because they have to climb a long road just based on year, not by performance. So we really need to just reform how the recruitment, the retention, and the promotion and termination and discipline of teachers is handled. Unless we do that, we're not going to get really a lot of effective teachers coming in and compete with the marketplace for the best and brightest to come in the profession, and especially where we need the in-demand skills such as good math, excellent math educators, excellent science educators, because they have a lot of options in the world of technology, in the world of finance, in the world of commerce. And we are at a disadvantage. And no matter how much you pay, whatever benefits we have, it's pointed the wrong way, it's configured the wrong way, and it doesn't encourage quality. Thank you.
Anything else on 220? Okay, I'm going to just present my screen one last time, just for the amendment we discussed on 219. For 219, all I've amended is everywhere NICEP is mentioned. It is a link to the site from District 2. And I'll prove that by clicking once on one place, which brings me to same website. So I'd like to make a motion to accept the minor change to Resolution 219. Second, anyone?
I second.
Roll call vote.
Quinn Lennius. Sorry, Robin Bushy.
Abstain.
Kaushik Das.
Yes.
Absent. Lupe.
Abstain.
Robin Kelleher, yes. Jen Kwok.
Yes.
Dunn Morton.
Yes.
Len Silverman.
Yes.
Lim Fong Sim.
I'm sorry, someone was yelling in my ear. What are we voting on?
The amendments that Kush just put up on his screen.
Yes. Sorry about that.
Minor amendment. It's probably overkill.
Very minor. Lily Liwa.
Yes.
And Spencer.
Yes.
Great, so it passes. I'm glad to see everyone coming together. Teamwork. And hopefully we can move on now to hear parents waiting to speak. Jen, Kaushik, since it did pass, can we move on to the second speaker session since many parents are eagerly awaiting their turn?
Yes, I was actually talking to myself on mute.
Great.
So, yes. let's move on
Elizabeth,
to second.
turn off Kapoor before Kaushik starts speaking. Can you unmute yourself?
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
I'll make it really brief. I wanted to speak as a member of the community in favor of Resolution 219. I am flabbergasted that it appears as if Superintendent McGuire disregarded the wishes of many parents to offer some screened options in D2. And my concern as the parent of a District 2 middle schooler is that more people will vote with their feet and choose to leave the city and leave the system. So I strongly support Resolution 219, and I thank all of you in the CEC, those that are in favor of it, for all the work that you've done. That's all I have.
Thank you very
Thank
much. So next up we have, I think it's Anna Rojas again. Yes, Anna, can you please unmute yourself?
Yes. Good evening. My name is Ana Rojas, and I've been attending the meetings since my grandson started school. And I think the timer's wrong, but I think when someone mentioned me as mommy on the chat, it really it really disconcerted me, because when I've attended and when I have spoken on behalf of my grandchildren, the children in our community, and I have been passionate about education since the 1960s. And I have tried to be objective, proud of my daughter, Lupe, for being, for advocating for the least heard voices, the least able to voice their needs. But the comments, it's not the first time. I once said that I was in my 70s, you know, talking about COVID. The same vitriol, and I have expressed my opinions of how I think kids need to learn and be uplifted. I really hope you can work together for all the kids. Stop with the 219 with superintendent. Get to the work of caring for our kids.
Okay, moving on, we have Nikos, although I think he said in the chat he was logging off.
Yeah, I don't see him.
I just want to say thank you to all the parents for staying on to advocate for our kids, because I know these are long meetings, since we all care for our kids. Sarah Catalanoto, are you on here?
Hello again.
Hi, thank you.
I'm back on to read some of the data that I referenced earlier, but wasn't able to get at my fingertips. A couple of the citywide councils spent about 3 weeks just word of mouth getting responses from 318 families of school bus riders. And out of those, 233 missed instruction time due to busing issues. And of course, this is in favor, I'm saying this in support of 217A. 147 of these missed at least one day, and 73 others missed over 1 week. 85% of respondents contacted the current Office of Pupil Transportation for resolution, and only 14% said that OPT resolved their issue in a timely way. 115 of these families reported that the medical accommodation of limited time travel was not honored. So I'm just adding a little more, you know, this was December and late November when it really should have been straightened out by then. So again, urging you to have something favorable for this population come out of tonight's meeting. And I also placed in the chat a link to a National Public Radio Marketplace report that went a little deeper into my the content of my previous comment earlier tonight. That's it.
Thank you so much. Matoko, can you unmute yourself, please?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. Yes, thank you. I'm pretty tired and I know everyone here also are. I thought about not coming tonight or not staying tonight, like many other people who don't think they can be heard anyways. And I'm really tired for being ignored and invisible. I have never had public speaking training, and I know I don't speak well in public, and neither are many of my friends. Many of my friends don't even speak English very well, but then just like me. But then when I hear my friends crying because they got a bad lottery number, but can't afford private school and Success Academy is not accepting students from 6th grade. And also when I remember my friends thanking me for speaking and advocating for the option for accelerated learning. And then when I remember a taxi driver who moved from Bangladesh a few years ago while driving me for just 5 minutes, he saw my poster about accelerated learning and thanked me for going to the rally because he wants the option for his kid, but he can't come to the meeting or to the rally. Then I remember that now the option, not like a requirement, but an option for accelerated learning, or the screen is taken away from the families, even after speaking in many meetings. It was just an option we were asking for. So not a requirement for everyone, but just an option. It was taken away because parents are not experts of education, but superintendents are experts of education. That's why we couldn't have the option. I support resolution 219. Thank you.
Thank you, Matoko. And thank you for staying on. Again, thank you everyone for staying on.
Oh.
Sorry, Chanel, do you see who's next on the list?
It's Lilibeth Feliciano.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see Lily Beth.
Kulani, are you on here?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry. Hi, I'm Kalani Jenkins. I'm a parent of 2 children and the co-president of the PS51 PTA. I'm speaking out strongly against Resolution 220, which I can tell you PS51 finds offensive. Test scores correlate most strongly with income. That's a fact. We have the most amazing teachers at PS51. Teachers are not our problem. So I support Resolution 217. I wish the CEC would have shown your colleague a little more trust and respect. She spent hours and hours working on this issue and educating herself. And again, I disagree with Resolution 219. You've already passed it once. You're wasting our time. Let's engage in more interesting conversations about how we can actually differentiate learning in all of our schools, which is really what we're talking about here. PS51 is differentiating literacy instruction every second period for our K through 2nd graders. It is possible, but we need more educators in our buildings. Let's write a resolution about that. Please, we need to move on from this.
Thank you, Kalani. Next up, we have James Thompson.
Hi, I am a parent with a child in this district, and I support Resolution 219 because the evidence is overwhelming that Mr. McGuire's claims that his decision on screen schools was based on input from the community. that is not true. And that is the issue that I have a problem with. You know, a lot of people talking about, oh, I support McGuire because of his ideology, his what he believes education should be, so forth and so on. He's a nice guy. That is not what this is about. This is about what the leadership in the DOE said they wanted, and they wanted input from the community and decisions based on the community. And he is not doing that. And he is lying about it. And that should be held accountable. That is the issue here. If you agree with this methodology, fine. But that is not the issue. The issue is, and I've sent them emails asking, prove what you sent to us in this letter. And there is no response, and he cannot prove it. That is what this is about. And if you think that's okay, that is not right. We as parents deserve better, and he should be held accountable. And I appreciate people sticking up for that, because that's what we need in this education. So many areas in our education, they want to eliminate accountability and merit, and we deserve to have that. We expect that from the leaders, and that's why I support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next up, we have Demi Jean. Demi, I just saw you. Can you unmute yourself?
Hi, thank you so much for having me. My name is Jimmy Jean. I'm a parent in D2. I first of all want to thank CDC for your hard work and for advocating for parents and helping to have our voices heard. I'm in support of the resolution 217A, which intend to improve our transportation system for our children in District 2, especially for those with special needs. I'm also in favor of resolution 219. I believe with family engagement, we will have a better outcome, especially with the middle school admission process. I do strongly believe that family deserve better. And I also believe there is a lot of room for improvement. So our superintendent should think about that and do a better job. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Demi. Next up, we have Gavin Healy. Gavin, can you unmute yourself, please?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I really think that the ship has sailed. I mean, I'm a parent of a fifth grader. I mean, I don't have a great lottery number. And, you know, I've submitted the application, and as we all have, as all of us parents have. And we understand you've made your point loud and clear that you're unhappy with the superintendent and the process. But Chancellor Banks made his point really loud and clear that he does not have an objection to it. And I mean, you passed one resolution about this no confidence vote. And so I really want to sort of separate. We're not here tonight to talk about whether this middle school program is good or bad. I mean, it's a done deal. You can revisit it again in March when and if the 18% or whatever of kids don't get their pick. You know, that's neither here nor there. This is a second resolution attacking the superintendent, and no one, I mean, everybody knows that you can't fire him. I mean, everybody knows that there's no real power here other than sort of the influence you have. But I really think that, you know, you kind of set the tone for what has happened in this district, which is kind of really acrimonious and disrespectful. I mean, you went after his wife. You went after the superintendent's wife in your resolution, and some of you in the media. And I really think that's really disrespectful. I mean, and it's not the first time you've gone after other, not just people's ideas, but their family members. I mean, I heard Mr. Das on 2 occasions, like, attack a District 75 student, a District 75 student. He attacked him twice. And, you know, for me, as the parent of a student with a disability, I mean, that's really, really hurtful and also kind of scary. Like, I'm not going to come in here and talk about my family, you know, when you have a council member who's attacking a District 75 student. And I did mention this as a chat, but I've had people on this call, I think one of them is on this call right now, send me threatening emails as a result of speaking at these meetings. So I think you need, as a council, need to sit down and kind of look at your tone and look at your culture and see how you can figure out how to create a more sort of respectful, welcoming environment for us as parents, because that's what you're here to do. You're here to represent us and to punch up to the DOE for us, not to punch down to the parents that you're supposed to represent. So thank you.
Thank you. Tom Rockledge, can you unmute yourself, please?
Yeah, thank you, Robin. I'm Tom Rockledge. I'm father of a non-binary student in an unscreened middle school. I will say this first off, that bus resolution with NICS bus umbrella, that's funneling all of the contracts into one organization that even Scott Stringer tried to veto when de Blasio purchased that company worth less than $5 million for $100 million. An instance of corruption. I'm wondering why you want to funnel all the contracts there. That's insane to me. Scott Stringer tried to veto it. Look it up. It's in every newspaper. And on the point of Superintendent McGuire, no, it is nothing personal against him. It is something personal against this system. The CECD2 was elected by parents of the community. It doesn't matter how many people, including myself, call up and say something. That is a small sample size that is statistically insignificant. The resolutions passed by this board should be paid attention to. And if the superintendent continuously ignores the will of the parents of this district, they should pass this same resolution every single meeting. And I know there are a ton of parents that support that. The majority of parents support that. What statistical evidence do I have on that? The exact same amount that Superintendent McGuire has cited so far for his reasons to ignore the will of the chancellor and ignore the will of the parents in this district. So yes, I understand people don't want to hear the same thing over and over again. And I understand that the CEC has no power because I was on it. And I understand that the people who you're saying are attacking everybody are also being attacked. And I also understand that I lost a ton of money on these same people complaining about attacks because they went after me at my job for speaking out for the benefit of all students. All students should have equal access to education and should get the best education that we can give them. It's not about parents' ideals or what you've read in a book when you don't speak with the people on the ground. Everybody just wants the best education for their children, like the social justice warrior parents on the board did.
Thank you, Thomas. That's fine.
That's fine. Have we stopped? Have I hit my 2 minutes?
Yep, you went over already.
Oh, thank you very much. Talk to you later.
I think that's the end of it. Is there anyone else that? Nope, that's it. So now, Kaushik, I invite you to move on.
Apologies. Lost my agenda for a moment. Bear with me 1 second. I think we're up to voting now, but bear with me. Let me just check. Yes, we're off to voting for the resolutions.
Wait, it said Craig said he signed up to speak. Chanel, do you have that? Craig, can you unmute yourself?
Oh, yeah, I'll allow him to speak. If there are any other parents that want to speak, last call.
And Chanel, please set the timer.
Yep.
Thank you so much.
And for the record, for those of us, Chanel does her best on the timer. I do my best to enforce it.
The timer is finished because of the time, so I'll just take the time on my phone.
I'll be quick. It's not going to be. I'm not going to go. I don't think I'll go over on this. Okay.
Go ahead.
I said my piece earlier about Reso 219. I'm not going to reiterate that. Aside from just giving warm thoughts to Tunisia, who's been sharing her story in the chat. She's a great example of why the current system doesn't work. But two unrelated things I wanted to mention. First, a follow-up from the last meeting on the cannabis. I think it was last meeting on the cannabis Reso. Please keep watch as folks start applying for legal dispensaries. I know the applications are starting, and I know one in CB5, where I'm a vice chair, is for placement around the corner from one of our larger middle schools in the district. So please start paying attention to that. Second, I do want to acknowledge and thank my friend Robin Kelleher. I've watched over the past few months how hard she's been working to support our new families, the children of the asylum seekers. She's been on the ground, and I've seen this, coordinating clothing drives, picking up and delivering clothes, not posturing, just quietly doing the work in the morning, at night, over the weekend, and over the weekend evenings, and not asking for any credit. Well, tonight I want to give her that credit. She's one of the many parents throughout the district doing this work. It's not just her, it's many parents. And I think we should just take a moment to step back and acknowledge all of her work and all of the work of all of the parents who are working on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. And Chanel, we had no other parents sign up in the meantime. All right, we're going to move on to the next topic, vote on resolutions. No, that was a hand clapping, Glenn. Okay, great. I motion to take a vote on resolution 217A.
A second.
No, that's not how you do it. It's a motion
right,
to
sorry.
approve resolution 217A, and I don't remember if we amended it. As amended. Yes, as amended.
Correct. As amended. Thank you.
And then it needs a second.
Let me try again. What motion to approve resolution 217A as amended on people transportation.
Okay. Yeah, and just make sure you mention the name of the resolution in the motion. So yeah.
Sorry for that. Thank you. Second.
I second.
Second.
Great. Robin Keller. I'll get the ball started again. Robin Broshi.
Yes.
Robin, you're muted.
Okay, I'm back. My son is just drawing pictures on my notebook. Okay, so Robin Broshi, you're a yes. Kaushik Das.
Yes.
Daniela is absent. Lupe Hernandez.
Yes.
Robin Kelleher. Yes. Chen Kwok.
Yes.
Ben Morden.
Ben, you're muted.
Sorry, yes. Yes.
Lim Fong Sim.
Yes.
Liwa Lily.
Yes.
Spencer Silverman.
Yes.
Okay, so
Wait, you didn't call me.
I didn't.
I don't remember you calling me. I think you
Sorry, Len.
called Spencer instead.
Sorry, Len Silverman.
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, so it's 8 yeses without Spencer, 9 with Spencer.
Great. Fantastic. Unanimous for everyone here, correct? Okay.
Yes.
Motion to approve resolution 219 as minorly amended. Second vote of no confidence in District 2 Superintendent McGuire.
I second.
Okay. Robin Broshi.
No.
Kaushik Das.
Yes.
Danielle is absent. Lupe Hernandez.
No.
Lupe Hernandez. Robin Kelleher. Yes. Chen Kwok.
Yes.
Ben Morden.
Yes.
Len Silverman.
Yes.
Liwa.
Yes.
Spencer Silverman.
Same.
Abstain. Okay.
Yes, that's what he said. He said abstain.
All right, and that passes.
Oh, wait. Me. Janie.
Sorry, I am missing a line in my notebook now that it's colored. Janie.
Yes. Yes. I vote yes.
Sorry. So we have 7 yeses.
Okay, moving on. Resolution 220. Motion to approve resolution 220, encouraging temporary teacher exchange program within D2.
I make a motion to pass this resolution.
I second.
Robin?
All right, Robin Broshi,
No.
Kaushik Das,
Yes.
Daniela is absent. Lupe,
No.
Robin Kelleher, yes. Chen Kwok,
Yes.
Ben Morden,
Yes.
Len Silverman,
Yes.
Lim Fong Sim,
Abstain.
Liwa Lily,
Yes.
and Spencer Silverman.
Yes.
So 6 yeses without Spencer, 7 with. I also want to comment that I just want to thank Janie for help. That was the bus resolution is the first unanimous resolution we've passed, I think, as a council. So thank you for your hard work and for tweaking that. Hope
No,
everyone-
no, I'm pretty sure we've had a few unanimous resolutions. I don't want to, I don't want to dim the spirit
Well, I know,
of,
so I
spirit
thought
of,
the safety was unanimous, but it wasn't. The safety was.
It was unanimous tonight.
I think there was a name change that was unanimous, but anyway, let's move on.
Yes, you're right. The name change for PS 11.
There might be one other, but anyway, let's move on. So great. Approval of minutes. I'm sorry. I am not.
I make a motion to approve the minutes.
Thank you.
A second.
I would like to amend the minutes. I would like to amend the minutes per state law that our minutes include motions. And I just ask for motions to be included from our December minutes. And I motion to have those amendments voted on tonight.
can I just get clarification what exactly you're asking for?
For the motions that were stated on the floor, seconded and voted on, and also had discussions. Some didn't. I actually put that on the record at the time. There was a motion to approve, to open up the chat during superintendent's report, and the vote went without discussion when I brought that to the record. It continued to vote, it passed, but none of that is on the record of the minutes. Neither is the motion to spotlight the ASL interpreter as requested per ADA accommodations, where a 25-minute discussion took place before roll call. And then that ensued many comments from the public about how they felt extremely disrespected of that discussion of ADA accommodations in a way that and none of that was included.
Okay, just as a point of procedure, if you're proposing amendments to the minutes, you're gonna have to present them. So what I would suggest is that maybe if you want to make a motion to table, I don't know if it'll be approved, but you make a motion to table the approval.
I can put it in the chat. I can put what I proposed in the chat. I put it in an email. So, and I sent it.
I'm going to chime in here, but yes, you put it into an email, which I did see.
Correct.
I don't agree with your, I don't, hold on. You can finish speaking or you can let me speak. Would you have more to add?
I thought I put a motion on the floor. So I put a motion and I would like, I could be asked to be second, and then we can discuss.
Okay, is there a second?
I second Lupe's motion.
Now we can discuss. Go ahead, Kaushik.
Yeah, I mean, you did make amendments. I did see it because it was forwarded to me, but I believe you only sent it to the recording secretary, or at best the recording secretary and the president, whereas I think it changes the minutes should be sent to the entire council. I again think it is the onus of someone who's making an amendment to present to the entire council and to have it in presentable form for the council to see and look at.
Yes.
You don't.
I do. I have no problem. I thought that they would have been brought to the table by me adding them, and they could have been like part of this part of our agenda. We have a whole section for minutes. If I'm sending it as amendments that I'm submitting, then I would expect them to be just include it for public document, and then we vote as a motion, as we would during any minutes
I'll
portion
defer to
of
the
our agenda.
parliamentarian, but I think it is the onus of the presenter to bring that to the
Okay,
table.
so I'm not sure the emails we're talking about, so I apologize.
No, there's nothing to apologize for. You weren't copied on them. So
Okay,
don't worry.
so I just don't think, Lupe, I just don't think it's, I don't think it's like putting something in the chat is the right method to go about this. My suggestion would be to just table the minutes to send your proposed changes to all of us, and we can just take that up at the next meeting.
I did ask Face if I would include everybody on the council on the email. It was advised not to. So I went about it, the procedure that was advised to me, and then it was told that I put the motion on the floor tonight, that we amend these minutes. And they are there in the chat.
I don't understand, like in the olden days when we met
It
in person
happened.
and stuff.
You would do this. This
I don't
is
know.
part of
People would just like
procedure.
make a motion because like a name got wrong or whatever, and someone make a motion
Okay.
to
Well,
amend
I'm
the
not saying,
minutes, and then-
I'm not.
I don't understand why this
I'm not
is
saying
different.
that's because, no, but she's talking about including a lot of stuff. I mean, this isn't just like, okay, we didn't one or two items. This is apparently, it sounds like it's a lot of stuff.
It says
Just right
awaiting
there.
approval from the council.
Okay, whatever, we can vote on it. It's fine. You want to vote on it? It's fine.
Look,
The motion's on the floor.
Okay, fine. Let me just ask you one thing.
Call.
Len did make a suggestion. Do you want to amend your motion to incorporate his suggestion? He's suggesting that you table it instead, which I think is a reasonable option, or you can continue with your current motion. I give you that option before we continue.
Well, discuss what would be the reason to table, and are we tabling
He
to
gave it to
adjust,
you.
to amend?
Okay, fine. Then I will.
But that's
let's discuss.
right after
Fine.
he
Let's
hasn't. He
discuss.
just.
Let's
Thank you.
discuss. Fine. Let's discuss. What I saw, this is not a minor name change or something minor that Robin Broshi is referring to. This is an extensive change to the minutes. The language is not something I agree with. I don't even think it's a proper recurring retelling of events. You possibly have a point in that the motions that should be included, but it is this extensive change will require Chanel, who usually takes our notes, it probably would have been 39 pages of notes for that meeting, which we're not going to do. So
No, actually, the state law states that you don't have to include anything verbatim.
The level of detail that you provide,
motions.
You asked me to
No,
discuss.
but motions.
You asked me
right.
to discuss. I'm discussing. Let me finish. And you may
Correct.
respond. You let me
But
finish, and you may
motions should be
respond.
included.
You want to let me
That's
finish?
all I'm asking.
I agree with you. I just agree with you that you possibly have a point there, but the level of detail you have in the rest of the minutes is not a level of detail that we have, and I don't agree with what is said in those minutes. So I would not accept those amendments as is, which is why I think Len's suggestion of tabling it is a good one.
Okay.
You asked for a discussion. That is
Thank
the
you.
discussion. Janie.
Oh, my point was, can we revise the minutes and recirculate them, and then we can vote on it next meeting? But I think Lupe just said that Face told her not to do that, which doesn't make sense to me. But
I think that's what Len. Sorry, I don't want to try to move along, but I think that's
that was
basically
my
tabling.
suggestion.
okay, sorry,
That's
I'm
basically what
repeating.
tabling it allows us to do.
But there's a motion on the floor right now, so what would have to happen is Lupe would have to withdraw the motion.
Right. Okay, Ben. Sorry to cut people off, but I'm trying to move it along, and I understand what you're saying. Go ahead, Ben.
What we did in the past, and this is through Face, when we had motions, we had the vote tallies included. When motions were withdrawn, they were not included in our minutes, and we had simplified minutes. So I think that would be a lot easier. Motions that if it didn't appear in the minutes, we could have the vote tally in the minutes, and that could be easily included, and it's long enough already. And but by the way, in the minutes there is a link to the video, so you have everything there. So if you want to research, this is better than what we had 10 years ago. Instead of audio recording, we have a nice video recording. that's easily accessible. So you have everything.
Okay. Len?
I am in favor of including, what the vote tallies are and what the decisions on the motions were. I'm not in favor of including the proposed changes that were made tonight that characterize behaviors and what occurred last week, which is subject to interpretation. So that's just my thought on this present motion that's pending. I would suggest also, though, going forward, that whoever's doing the minutes now, we could include that for next time, the vote tallies. I don't think that's very controversial, and what the decisions were, whether resolutions passed, who abstained, I think that's pretty straightforward. But I'm not in favor of the proposed amendments as specified in the chat. And by the way, regardless of what Faith says, I don't think this is the way to go about it. Only because we're, again, as Ben pointed out, and I think I pointed out as well, we're not talking about a typographical error or a change of a date. This is a substantive thing that I think we would have to have what we're doing right now, a discussion on and really have a chance to see it and process it beforehand, not just at the last second.
Which I concur, and that's kind of how we handle resolutions as well. Chanel, I understand you would have something to add here. Go ahead.
Yep. Okay, so right now we have in the notes, we're putting in the votes also, which has yes, no, abstain, absent, and the council member names. So are you saying you want all motions plus discussions in there?
I think he's saying he would like to see the votes for motions.
Just the votes for the motion, not the discussions.
That's correct.
Okay.
Can I, point of order, parliamentarian, can I just state the reason why I asked for that was just because that's standard open meetings law. That
I'm
the
not
minutes,
disagreeing
at
with you.
minimum, at least, like we do have extensive minutes. And that was my point. We have extensive minutes, but they did not reflect a motion that took up 25 minutes of discussion before we had a roll call. And that's the important part. We don't need to include anything else. That motion was withdrawn, so I could care less if you state what council member, but I believe state law does state that you do, anytime a motion is put to the floor, that it is recorded what council member brought the motion, who seconded that motion, and what that roll call vote was for it. That's standard. And so all nuance aside, those things should be included, and I'm not faulting anyone for them not being included. That's the purpose of going over minutes. That's the purpose of this being on the agenda. I thought by sending it ahead of time would help. And I know that it's late and we always get to this part at the last part of the day, the night where we're all spent. And nobody wants to talk further. However, this is part of our business. And so if we're ever going to if we're going to vote on something, that part of the community reached out to me. And if it's not reflected, it's again, feeling not heard and not seen. Okay.
Well, can I just
so
one thing?
However way we can put that in there. And I think if every part of the community repeated the same thing and you didn't see that reflected in your minutes, I think you would say something too. And so whether it's on there one time and the motions that did get voted and passed are on there, please, because that's all that we were asking.
I'm not getting a debate about whether or not these should be included or not included. My suggestion going forward, I would make another suggestion. I know if you're going to do approval of the minutes, maybe we should do that towards the beginning of the meetings as opposed towards the end of the meetings.
I agree.
Suggestion. But right now, the motion that's on the floor is whether or not to include these amendments. And I see Robin.
I think we should just vote. Let's just vote. Lupe wants to vote. Let's vote and then move on.
Okay. So wait.
Vote on the amendment.
Well, she has an option to withdraw the motion.
Excuse you. We just discussed, and I can withdraw.
Why are you saying excuse me? I was raising my hand and you called on me. I was saying Len said there's
you're
a motion
screaming over me.
And
and you're saying something that's not
Okay.
true.
All right, everyone
talk-
pause,
I'm not
please.
talking over you.
As chair, stop, please. Everyone pause. Len incorrectly
Yes.
acted as chair.
Yes, sorry
So
about that. I
let's
said
pause. Let's pause
Robin
for a
has
moment.
her right hand
I will
raised.
resume. Robin does have her hand raised. Lupe, would you like to finish what you were saying? I would like to. I think there are some reasonable proposals out there. Would you like to hear what Robin has to say? Would you like to finish what you're saying? I give the option to you, Lupe.
I don't want to hear her scream about me doing something I may not do. I'm
She's
willing to
not
withdraw.
You have
I'm
an option.
willing
No,
to
right,
withdraw
stop, please. Stop,
the
please. You have two
the
options. Write
motion
this.
to amend the minutes as is and put in the chat. You know, I'm willing to do that and table this discussion to amend them to reflect what happened at the meeting.
I'm sorry. I'll give you.
Just for
Do you want to
point
hear
of
what
order.
Robin has to? Wait, I got it, son. You want to hear what Robin has to say, or do you like to? Or you do have the option of withdrawing the motion, which will make it moot. Which of these two do you pick?
Just
I
said
just
she wanted to withdraw the motion.
Okay,
Yes,
fine.
there's two things
So
that need
then,
to be
then
done.
Robin,
Yeah.
Robin, I'm going to lower your hand.
Okay.
You
Point of order,
withdraw the
Kush.
motion.
Kush, if the motion's being withdrawn, the motion is withdrawn, then someone else to make a motion to table the approval of the minutes to our next meeting. And then we can discuss
I
it
make
then.
a motion to table these minutes to
well-
the next meeting
Well,
so
Lupe,
that
you're
we can
withdrawing your
amend
motion.
them.
Okay,
She did withdraw. She
okay,
did withdraw.
perfect.
I did
Okay.
withdraw.
I second that motion.
Fantastic. Let's vote.
Thank you.
Let's vote. Robin. I'll start it off again. Robin Broshi.
Yes.
I'm a yes. I
I'm a
always
yes.
forget who's next. Sorry. Thank you.
Daniela, but yeah, I'm next. Yes.
Daniela is absent. Lupe,
Yes.
Robin Kelleher, no. Just so I get it over with. Chen Kwok,
Yes.
Ben Morden,
I abstain.
Len Silverman,
Yes.
Lim Fong Sim,
Yes.
Lee Wah.
Yes. Yes.
Spencer, thank you. Spencer Silverman,
Yes.
did I miss anyone?
No, that's everyone. 7.
So Lupe will bring her amended minutes to be voted upon for approval to the next meeting. I just want to make sure that we also retain the original minutes in the case that it does not pass.
No,
that
the way it's
correct?
going to work is the minutes are the minutes. Whatever the minutes that were taken, they exist. The question is whether or not Lupe makes a proposal to amend the minutes based on her suggestions. What I would recommend is, Lupe, if you could be kind enough to just, as a courtesy, just exchange it, no matter what Faye says, just email it to all of us, just so at least we have it before the next meeting.
I'd also like to say, please don't accuse me of screaming at you when I'm asking a question and supporting what you put out there.
That's not absolutely correct, Silverman. Our parliamentarian, Chanel Harry, did say that she would add the motion votes to the minutes.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fine. But again, whatever the minutes were that Chanel took, those are the official minutes. All right. Now, if
But it's not the official minutes because they haven't been voted on.
well, those are the minutes that's the proposed minutes. What I'm trying to say is those are the minutes that were taken by the person who was taking the minutes. If someone wants to make an amendment to add stuff to those, that's a different situation. We can do that.
I just want to add,
we all don't take our own minutes and then kind of compare notes and then, you know what I'm saying? There's one person that takes the minutes, and then off of that copy, we move forward.
Not exactly correct. But by our bylaws, the recording secretary is responsible for the minutes.
Okay, that's not, you're reading me wrong. I'm not disputing that. But whoever it is, there's still one person that's going to take the minutes, right? Okay. I mean,
yeah, but point of order, we do have bylaws regarding the minutes.
All right. You know what?
And it's between the AAA.
It doesn't matter.
It
doesn't matter. Why are we fighting over this?
I'm
not.
Robin
I'm just setting the record
raised.
straight.
Okay, stop. Robin has a hand raised. Let's acknowledge that and let's please move on.
I'd really just like to say my short piece that The process by which this transpired is Lupe sent an email to Chanel and to me because I am the recording secretary and Chanel takes the minutes. She wanted the changes to happen. I said no, because they're not in line with the other format of our past meetings or the rest of the structure of the minutes that have been taken. Additionally, I felt that her amendments, her minutes were one version of a discussion that we had with many adjectives that I didn't feel were accurate and in line with the conversation that we had. So I said no. And then Lupe wanted to bring it here to vote with everyone on the council to have those minutes added, since she disagreed with my choice. So that's why I raised my hand, and that's what I was going to bring up.
Okay. But we withdrawn motion and we're going to table this for next meeting. And unless there's any further, okay, I think we're done on this topic. Any other new business? No, going once, twice, 3 times. Make a motion to adjourn this meeting and move directly into our next. I will take a 2-minute bathroom break.
I second.
You in 2 minutes.
All in favor?
All right, it passes.
I'm sorry, but if we're gonna be doing the motion, I'm gonna need everyone to say yes or no for the motions then.
It's a really good point. We need to be clear about our hand raises. Okay, so
Yeah.
Robin Broshi, how do you vote?
Wait, you don't need a roll call vote to adjourn.
Yeah, but if we're gonna put that in the notes.
Chanel needs
oh,
to record
oh.
this in the minutes.
Oh,
I'm sorry,
Not
did I
an
do that wrong?
approximation.
Did I do that? We didn't actually wait for the vote, yes?
Well, we
Did I
can't do an
wrong?
approximation since we need to record all the vote
well,
tally.
was there
Apologies.
a motion? I mean,
There was a motion
Yes.
to
A
adjourn.
motion
There was a
can't be
motion by
made.
Kush, I seconded,
Oh,
and
oh.
then
Yes.
people raised their hand and bolted. So
Let's
if we
do
want to
it.
be appropriate and in line with what we just decided, we need to tally up the yeses.
All right.
We can raise our hands though for an adjournment, correct?
Yeah, you don't need a roll call vote for an adjournment.
Okay. Lily, we can't see your hand. If you can please
Robin
show your arm.
Broshi,
She's
In all,
I would rather not the hand raise, but the yes and no,
yeah,
I'm gonna
yeah,
record
and
it.
in all fairness, you just called a 2-minute bathroom break, so it's not fair that Robin's not here. She may.
I agree with Chanel. It's much easier if we just do a roll call. It delays it by like 30 seconds.
I know, this is crazy. The amount of time we
So
spend.
Robin
talking
Broshi, we
every time.
skipped. I'm a yes. Next is Daniela, who's absent.
Absent. Lupe,
Yes.
she's not here.
No, but I
Robin,
don't.
yes.
No, I'm
she's
just saying. I
yes.
don't think
And-
it's fair to call the vote. No, but Kush, you basically
Oh my
told
God,
everyone to
Len.
take a. People aren't here. It's like they're
He's
not here.
right.
They're not here for the
You
vote.
told people
You said people could take a
to
2-minute
go.
break.
Yeah, but we could get a 6 people.
Well, I mean,
No,
yes,
but that doesn't
correct.
matter.
Okay, fine. All right, if you're
So
not
we're
calling
not
a break,
adjourned then.
When
We're
there
not
are council
adjourned.
members that aren't here.
All right,
We're
so
not
then,
adjourned then.
Go to
How
the
do you do
bathroom,
that?
come back.
fine. You have a 2-minute bathroom break, and
not a big
we'll
deal.
we'll take a roll call vote when we get back. It is yeah, we probably, and people are probably already going to come back. Bye. Sorry for that. My apologies.
It's going to be on YouTube somewhere. This little TikTok, maybe.
Oh,
And for Ben,
anyone got
Len.
any news?
Oh, usually we do dad jokes. Not that they have to be from a dad. Not being patriarchal. It's more a factor of how corny dads are. Are you talking to me and muted, or are you talking to your?
All right, that was more than 2 minutes.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So I'm gonna do the roll call now.
I like Ben, Chen, you back?
I think you gotta call it. Now you gotta.
Okay. Wait, can I just deal with one technical issue? Am I allowed to ask do we need to keep the translators around if people attending don't need it and don't require it?
That's a good point. Let's ask in the chat.
Yes,
Or
I'm
hand
gonna
raise.
ask verbally if there are any parents that require Mandarin or Spanish translation. Please raise your hand. Please speak up in the chat. Because if not, I would like to, once we adjourn, I would like to send them home.
Well, ASL did that earlier, so I'm sure if we've already done it once, we can do it again.
But Lily's still on, so we need the Chinese translator.
I'll ask
Oh,
Lily
yes.
if she wants the Chinese translator or not. She may or may not. Lily, do you want to keep the Chinese translator on? And if I don't hear from her, then I guess we should keep her.
Hello?
Lily, do you want to keep the Chinese translator for the business meeting, or are you okay to let them go home?
Oh, you let me go home. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Any other parents? So translators, please wait till our meeting is adjourned, and I'll ask one more time to parents before we start the next meeting. But then let's expect you can go home in about 2 minutes. Okay. Lupe, are you back? But I agree with Len that we should take the vote.
No, yeah. Now we're still technically in the first.
I understand.
with the-
It's a
the
motion
first
to
meeting.
adjourn. It's a motion to roll call vote to
There
adjourn.
is a motion on the table and I seconded it. So
Correct.
we need to do a roll call, Len.
Great.
Learned a lot. Great. Robin Broshi,
Not here.
Kaushik Das,
Yes.
Daniela,
Not here.
Lupe. Robin
Yes.
Gallagher, yes. Did Lupe just say yes?
Yes, she did.
Chen,
I'm sorry, I've been attending to my children. What's
this is
the
a
vote on?
motion to adjourn the last meeting.
The adjourn, yes.
Can both you and Lupe actually appear in your video for a moment, at least for the vote, please? I know it's just to adjourn, but thank you. I see you, Lupe.
Ben Morden,
Yes.
Len Silverman,
Yes.
Lim Fong Sim,
Yes.
Li Hua,
Yes.
Spencer Silverman.
Yes.
Okay. Adjourned.
Fantastic. Apologies for that. Okay. Okay, translators, I think we agree. It's one last chance. Any parents who require Spanish or Mandarin translation, please raise your hand, speak up in the chat. We're about to turn chat off. Okay, going once, going twice.
Well, you got to give them time to translate what you just said.
Okay. Giving them time, going once, going twice.
Okay.
I think, thank you, Chinese and Mandarin and Spanish translators for your service tonight, Max and Valeria. Did I get that right? Thank you very much for your service, and go home.
And thank you, parents who aren't staying. Thanks for staying up this late.
Yes, thank you. Okay. Call to order of our January 2, 2023 working business meeting. Roll call vote. Robin Broshi.
Robin Broshi. No. Kaushik.
Here.
Daniela. No. Lupe.
Here.
Robin Kelleher. Yes. Chen Kwok.
Here.
Ben Morden.
Here.
Len Silverman.
Here.
Lim Fong Sim.
Here.
Li Hua.
Here.
Spencer.
Here.
Great.
Fantastic. Next, first order of business. Liaison school updates. Anyone?
Yep. 33 is doing chess with impact coaching, and we're doing bilingual programs, and I have videos. I'll keep sending them.
Refresh our memory, which other schools are involved? One is PS11.
51, 111, 116, and 33, 11, 51, 116, and 51.
Great. Thank you. Anyone else? Ben, you want to refresh our memory? We have, unless that's a separate item, I don't think it is.
Yeah, number 3, the capital improvement request.
Okay, great, fine.
Yeah,
well, let's go to that. Unless anyone else has any school reports, that ties around to next related item, school capital improvement requests. And I'll let you speak.
If you want them in, please submit them by tomorrow. Thursday, we're gonna have it online. We're gonna have it so everyone votes, and then Friday we submit it. That's the timeline. So put them in the spreadsheet tomorrow by midnight. Call your principals, please.
And what did the question? Can the timeline be extended to Monday or not?
Nope, cannot.
Has to be in by Friday.
Yep. Yeah, they've been pretty adamant about that in the past.
Okay, Lupe.
Yes, it was kind of a liaison update, but it was regarding the capital planning. PS 347, after they came out. And mind you, I had contacted many people immediately after leaving that walkthrough from the DOE. And the next morning after our meeting, I immediately got phone calls from every single one of them, from building departments and such. So they just wanted to give an update to not only our council, but the public that they did show up, acknowledge the decade-long issues, and have offered some very short-term temporary solutions where I think hopefully these capital improvements will help expedite some of these needs that are extremely dire. And the temporary fix, I will tell you, are televisions in the hallway, but that does not help in a shelter-in-place situation, which is typically the drills that they've had spoken about in their testimonies at our last December meeting when it came to the capital planning improvements that we have put forth. So just a reminder on that, and thank you for listening. And we are hoping for a better result, and we can maybe work on that letter. That letter that I think possibly Chen or somebody had recommended. So as a council, if we want to write a letter to get this expedited a little quicker, beyond the capital improvements that they needed. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you. Anything else on the improvement request? Great. Ben,
yes, yeah, well, there'll be an email out on Thursday. Please vote. You know, if you don't vote, there's no revote, you know, and there are no appeals. So it's just, that's it. So just be, you know, look at Chanel's emails. They'll be going out on Thursday. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Ben. Next item, CECD2 budget modification. Chad, I assume this is you.
It was me actually, but Chad, I hope you're still on the line. We need to do budget modification for next month, and we'll need to vote on it at the February meeting.
Sure thing.
And so anyone who has reimbursements, please get it done by the end of the month. Otherwise, Chen won't be able to include it in the budget for a budget modification. Okay.
So, I'm sorry. So expenses up until the end of when? Up until the end of December, or up until the end of January?
Up until end of January. And also, if you can provide him what your expectations are for the future, so he can make the budget, you know, up through the end of June. Uh,
Yeah, if you
that would
guys
be,
have anything you want to change in the budget, change of spend, no spend, or, cut and spend or redirection of spend somewhere else.
But it's not our last chance to get reimbursed, even for.
no. You'll get reimbursed. Yeah.
One other question. Some of our budget also also assumed that we were going live at some point. Where are we at that and expecting what to do with that?
What's your question again?
If I remember correctly, our last budget that we had a lot of money dedicated towards if we went live for meetings. Correct? Isn't that a big adjustment? Because we haven't at all during that time, and I don't know if we plan on it next month. Correct?
Yeah, we can see what adjustment we need to make based on it being completely remote. And I also strongly suggest all the reimbursement requests be done as soon as possible, because if you're not on the council, it's kind of hard to get your money.
Right. Okay. Any other comments on budget? Okay, great. Then with item number 4, moving on to item number 5, annual donation by council for students in economic need. I'm guessing this is Robin?
Yeah, well, this is for her committee. It's based upon the budget modifications. If we plan as a group to do a gift, then we hand it off to Robin's committee. And I should say that Chanel's been doing some research there, and she's got some great ideas of how to expand the gifts too. So Robin, if you have some time to speak with Chanel, she's been doing some research on that.
I will. And I just want to take a second to say thank you to Chanel for doing that, because I haven't done anything yet. And I will speak with her and look into what we can do with the money if we vote to do that. But Chanel's behind the scenes and doesn't get enough thanks. And she does so much for our council. She really works hard and stays up late. So thank you, Chanel. And I'll be in touch with you this week.
I second that.
No problem. Also, could all the council members start putting in their reimbursements per month so we can work on it?
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
We got chastised today by the DOE about that from Sunny, in a nice way. So yes, I agree with Chanel, and I'm one of the people who has to start doing that too.
But I mean, I've also held off on technology expenses on the assumption that we were going live, because we just didn't think we'd run over that way. But anyway.
Yeah, we may get emergency orders again. So.
Okay. Yeah. Let's move on. Sorry, last thing. Time frame on that? For the economic need piece of it?
We won't know the exact amount of money until we do the budget modification. So as soon as February, as soon as we vote next month, then we can start working on that. Now, the problem is we have to work fast on that, because the DOE closes their books in terms of like doing a purchase order. And so we'll have to speak with Sunny. Yeah, because we may only have like 2 or 3 weeks.
Through the DOE providers as well, correct?
Yeah.
I have some dates here
Vendors,
also.
Go ahead.
For February 15th is the last day to place any major furniture and computer equipment orders. March 3rd, last day for budget modifications. And then March 17th, they're working on the system where I would be doing these orders, so we can't do anything there. It would reopen April 3rd. And April 3rd is the last day to place and approve other personal services with the P card. So if you guys could have it before March 3rd.
Got it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chanel. And
Chanel, can you remind council members that are some of them?
I'm sorry, you're breaking up right now.
Yeah, my connection, of course. If you can put what you just said in the your timeline in a in an email, so all council members because some are not attending this meeting right now, so they can see that.
I'll send it out tomorrow.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Item 7, February calendar meeting, fair student funding presentation. I know that we tried getting them last time. Ben, do you?
Well, they're coming, and they had a form that we needed to fill out. Chanel filled it out. So
Yep.
they're supposed to come February 7th, is it? Is that correct, Chanel?
I think we have the meeting is on the 9th, correct?
The 9th? Oh, yeah. Did I get that
No,
wrong?
you're right, the 7th,
The 7th,
February
okay.
7th, yeah. I put in for the 7th.
And do they have, is this the same group that's coming to speak to CEC26? Or are they slightly different groups? Do you know what I'm talking about?
They might be. It might be.
Okay.
Be the same.
Same group, you believe?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. Anything else to add? I assume not. Okay, requests for council correspondence and or public notices. Anyone? Going once.
Oh,
twice.
we skipped one. We've skipped number 6, location of the February 23rd, 2023 calendar meeting. If the meeting, we'll know in about 2 weeks if emergency orders have been extended. And if they're not, then I'm assuming we've all agreed in the past to the 7th Avenue 333 building, 7th floor for in-person meeting, unless someone has an objection to that. Lupe, do you have an objection to that? Oh, your hand is up.
No, I don't have an objection to that. My hand's raised for presentations.
Okay. I'll call on you in a second. I think we do actually, I think for the record, let's make a formal motion. So I'll make a motion to have the February calendar meeting at the, what is it called? 7th, what's the address?
7th Avenue, 333 7th Avenue, 7th floor,
7th Avenue.
conference room.
In the event that the remote meetings are not extended.
I second.
Great.
What street is that on?
7th Avenue.
It's 29th Street, I think, or
Yep, it's 29th Street.
Roll call vote.
Yep, I can say it.
Go ahead.
Robin Broshi,
Absent.
Kashik Das,
Yes.
Daniela Igorov,
Absent.
Lupe Hernandez,
Yes.
Robin Kelleher, Chen Quat,
I guess yes. What are the alternatives?
Benjamin Morden,
yes.
Len Silverman,
No.
and then Fung.
No, please don't say no.
Yes.
I mean,
JD,
Yes.
Lily,
Yes.
and Spencer Silverman.
No.
Okay, great.
But do we have
We
enough
do
votes?
not have
No, we
enough
don't.
votes.
Why did you do that, Len? No, where we're
Because-
going to be?
well, yeah.
In the event that it's not, you understand it's in the event that it's not.
We have to meet somewhere. We
It'd
have
be
to
really
vote somewhere.
difficult,
All
you know,
right,
to do
all
last
right, all
minute.
right.
But we have
All
to
right,
do it
well.
over again.
Yeah, we have to do it over
All
again.
right,
Dork.
Robin
All right,
Roshi.
all right. I'll vote. I'll vote yes.
Wait. I think, do we have to do the whole motion over again?
We don't have to.
Yeah,
I'll
I'm
just,
second the
He
motion.
can amend his vote. He can
It-
amend his
it- I-
vote,
no, you
right?
didn't. We didn't end the vote. We didn't end the vote. So I can
Okay,
make a
so
vote.
Len,
ask
yes.
them.
Yeah.
Yeah, just point down. It's yes.
Okay,
Thank
Spencer,
you.
you changing yours to yes too, Spencer?
Yeah, sure.
great. Now we have 6. Wait, does the
What if-
6
what if I change-
include?
What if I
The
change
6
no?
includes Spencer?
No.
Spencer
does
Spencer's
not
the
count.
Okay,
7th.
without Spencer's 5.
Wait.
Wait, no.
Wait,
We
Janie's,
don't have enough.
Janie Chen.
3, 4, 5. Crap.
I know Lily
Oh,
said
Lily.
yes, right?
Yeah, Lily said
Lily.
yes.
Yep. 6.
Oh, thank you, Lily.
No, we have 7 actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 7 actually.
Their cameras weren't on. I don't
Without
know if that's why they weren't counting. I don't know.
Okay. I think we have Lily. You agreed to have a meeting in
Yes.
person? Okay.
Yes.
I think we have 7. So yeah, I don't care if it's not perfect. Let's move on. I'm sorry I did for the one out of order. It is late. I think we're at requests for council correspondence and public notices. Oh, Lupe, you had your hand up.
Yes. You called for presentations and possible PSAs. One, can we put out a PSA for the special education advisory with the chancellor as well as the citywide? I don't know if I've seen some of the other CECs, but they've put out something as far as information on how to run for our CECs. Um, presentations, I was hoping that we could maybe ask for the special education seed expansion. Deputy Chancellor Dr. Quintana could come. She's offered that to come to CECs and discuss that. And admissions for 3K and pre-K. So also enrollment, I know you guys, I think we should really tackle the CSA and the blue book, the inaccuracy. I think that's something that we all can agree on in this council, and really address how that reflects the true utilization of space in our schools, and how I will further, you may not agree with this last note, but I will just put it out there, how we're going to look at mandating class sizes. So 3 different, and open for discussion, open for interpretation, and all of that, but just some work we can do in these last few months together.
I think the enrollment issue, Ben, when we're talking about student enrollment, not office of enrollment, or slightly different, I think misnamed, but anyway, I think you're talking about actual enrollment of pupils, counting the number of students we have. I believe Ben and I had just talked about that, and we had planned on sending an email requesting that information, making a formal request for information. I think you're not talking, well, the other enrollment you're talking about is for admissions for 3K and PK. What is the actual request there?
Just information to be sent out regarding admissions. Please don't infer what, if you have a question about what I am saying, don't infer, because it wasn't what I wasn't referring to what you were talking about. I literally had these things that I brought to address on my own, and not in reference to anything
You gave a
that
bunch
you
of
brought
ones.
up. So
I thought
please.
we were talking about actual number of students in their system, but that's fine. It's under
That
works
too,
anyway.
that, yes,
That is
that
underway
too.
anyway, so
I
it's an
agree,
appropriate
but
update.
all I'm trying to say is please don't infer to what it was that I was saying. You were
Fine. We talked about both kinds of enrollment. Okay, fine. If
but as far as
if it doesn't fall into any of those two
that's
categories, please elaborate.
and I said in reference to the blue book utilization inaccuracies and how we're looking at space utilization with class size and mandating class size matters. So that's as a presentation, but as far as pre-K, you asked in reference to that, more so email, PSA, how to apply, and the same way we have with kindergarten, K through 8.
So, but you're not suggesting that OSC and Theracline present here. You're just requesting that we get the information from them to pass along.
For pre-K?
Yes.
Correct. Just disseminating information. PSA for the pre-K admissions. As far as the enrollment in CSA, yes, I think we should have them back, and we should be discussing further everything from what I brought up to what you brought up. I think they pertain to both. The office can address both of our issues, but and SEED, special education for exploration of sensory. It's been a big expansion, and see what changes and what that means for our district.
Well, as I said, I think Ben's working on one. I'm happy to take on as admissions and diversity committee co-chair. I'll take on the 3K pre-K issue. I guess I don't understand exactly what you're requesting in the last request. I understand the topic, but what exactly are you asking for?
For the DOE to do a presentation.
So you do want a
that is the
presentation.
part. Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Other council members' thoughts? I think the first 2 are not controversial, but you're more than welcome to comment. Or not that the last is controversial, but anyway, any comments on any of them? But I think in particular the third one. Okay. How do you want to proceed?
This is part of the agenda where I thought we discussed. I didn't know that a decision is being made now. You're being extremely condescending.
I was not being condescending.
You have been very condescending from the second that I spoke, from you clearly not hearing me or listening to me and assuming what it is that I'm saying, and literally using words like, I guess what you're saying because I think what you're saying, and you never clearly stated what it is that I'm suggesting. I brought up topics because that is this part of our functioning as a council, is it not? And can we just have a normal conversation? It doesn't have to be controversy, as you put it. Everything doesn't have to be controversy.
I think your words were that we could probably agree on the first two items, and you said you may or may not agree on this other item. But I won't put any
class size.
If I won't put any words in your mouth, we've addressed two issues. Do you have anything more to say on the third? I won't put any words in your mouth. I don't have anything to add.
Janie, I would love to hear what you have to say. I'm sorry for cutting you off earlier.
On the third thing, can we request to have these people come and speak?
And when you say third thing, are you referring to seed or are you referring to class size? Because depending on the order that you've been speaking to me about the three suggestions, you referenced class size in one bit. And you also, it's to me, as well as Janie, I think we heard seed being as controversial, which I don't understand. So please be clear on what you felt was the topic of discussion. I'm confused, tired. Is anyone against bringing presentation for those that are for special education expansion of the SEED program?
No.
Okay, great. I can send out an email. I can have Chanel send out an email. And if we can get them, great. Awesome. Let's put them on the calendar. If not, no big deal. Thank you for entertaining the idea.
Okay. And any other issues to bring up in this topic? Okay. Next item, share of resolutions or letters in development. I might be interested in further clarification in what's happening with the GNP admissions process, but I don't have anything concrete yet. 10, suggestions for future council presentations. I think we covered some of that under PSA. Does anyone else have anything to add? Ben, did you have anybody else in mind that you wanted to present?
No. This is just what we've been having in our past few meetings, so
I understand.
We kept the same format.
Calendar updates. I talked about some stuff. I don't know. I don't have anything there. I would, except, sorry, I would. Len, are you still on?
Yes, I am.
Can I suggest, we had a bylaws meeting. I think we do need to have a second one and actually vote on something before
I
our
agree
term
with you.
ends.
I agree with you. And Jennifer took notes, supposedly. So Jennifer Greenblatt. So I know we came up with some productive ideas, but nothing got implemented. And kind of between that stage of where the notes were supposed to be put into organized, that kind of got lost in the shuffle.
Can I suggest we shoot for if February is too aggressive, then definitely March. I don't
Yeah,
wanna-
no, I think we should definitely, at least whoever the next council is, make sure they inherited some positive changes. Especially changes I think we suggested that had to do with this format, when you're dealing with a live format,
Right. Okay. Great.
remote format.
I'll leave it to you and suggest a February to March target. Any other calendar updates?
Oh, I'm just saying we have to have, it takes 2 meetings to get those bylaws approved.
Yes, that's why I was thinking March, but
So-
do you think that means February then?
That's going to be too soon. Nothing's ever going to get done in February. So March and April, I think we should shoot for March, April.
One meeting in March, one meeting in April.
Mhm.
Great. Fantastic. New business? Or does anybody else have any calendar updates? Actually, I have one question. Lupe, 3K pre-K, when do you think that is?
We know all it says is at the end of the month. It says January 2023. And Jennifer confirmed all that I can get out of them, which is the end of January. We should know, but they haven't given anything other than that.
I'm guessing it's vague, but end of January, they're going to announce more information, or end of January, they expect to open?
I have no idea. I wish I knew, because the sentence is literally admissions for pre-K January 2023 coming soon. I mean, you guys should be used to that.
Sounds like a movie.
My guess
Yeah.
is that they won't announce until they've finalized, made it a G&T announcement on what that process looks like. But so fine.
A lot of playing parts in that with the DEC too, staff wise.
That brings us, we're done with item number 11. Almost there. Item 12, new business. Anyone? Fantastic.
I do have new business. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I don't think there's enough of us to vote on this, but and not everyone's here, but we could table the discussion. At least I want to bring it up. Can we reestablish who's going to monitor the chat? Because yeah, I could tell you I'm done doing that.
How do you want to, what do you propose? Someone else?
And I can only imagine, I don't want to speak for anyone else, but I can only imagine it's been difficult for you as the chair and our recording secretary.
I'll do it.
Okay. And it might be prudent to replace one more, maybe do me and Robin as a floating, but okay. Janie volunteers. I don't think we're gonna have any more volunteers. We can float that over email and bring it up at the beginning of next meeting. But
sounds good.
For the time being, at least Janie has agreed to replace you.
I nominate Spencer. No, just kidding.
I think he would be good at it, but I think that's
I'm kidding.
I think that's a tough responsibility to give to a
that was a joke.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I mean, and like I said, I've always been, as long as to be respectful, I don't mind reminding people of that, but I'm not going to be, I can't monitor what's being said. If no one else is going to do it on behalf of me, I'm not going to do it for everyone else.
Okay. All right. Any other new business? Fantastic. Adjournment of all meetings, and I hope we have enough votes to adjourn, because I don't know what happens if we don't.
I like whoever said, if we don't get 6 votes, we stay here forever.
So this time I won't run away to the bathroom. A motion to adjourn. Anyone second, please?
I second.
Great. Robin
We have enough
Roshi.
votes. Yeah, Robin
Asha
Brosh.
Das.
Here, yes.
Daniela Igorov.
Absent.
No. Lupe Hernandez.
Yes.
Robin Kelleher.
Don't think she's here.
Dan Kwok.
Yes.
3.
Benjamin Morden.
Yes.
Ben Silverman.
Yes.
Lynn Fonsim.
Yes.
Lily.
Yes.
Lily should be 6.
Sue Silverman.
Yes.
Look at
Great,
that.
y'all
Our
free
student
to
member
leave.
stayed all the way to the end. I think that's twice, including our last meeting that went till almost 2 o'clock in the morning.
Well, I beat that by quite a bit. So